Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from anywhere you are joining us today. Welcome to day 2 of the amazing hackathon that we are already having right now. How many of us are happy to be here today again? We are going to be having the presentation of the results or the data or your own presentations that has been collected. If you are happy to be here today, please just do something so that I'll be sure that we are all right here to jump into this session as fast as possible. I can see Mukhtar, I can see King David, I can see Adeshido Olushega, I can see Sammy. Fantastic. It's good to have you all right back here. So like you all know, a lot of people are going to be going home today with a couple of prizes from the first position to the 10th position. Okay, and we are about to jump right into the session for today. Yesterday, we were close to 300 on the call. Today, we are roughly 100. Does it mean that people that didn't make it to this stage, we've dropped off? Okay, that is not the spirit. So if you know anyone that's supposed to be here today and the person is yet to join us, please feel free to tell them that we have started. Because the amazing thing about hackathons is that you might feel like you were not selected in your previous one or in this current one, but if you don't join in to listen, to hear from people that we are selected, to hear from the judges as well, that means next year again, there's possibility that you're also going to make that same mistake. All right, so we're going to jump into the session immediately. I'm supposed to be here even though. Fantastic. I know you are supposed to be here. We are all supposed to be here. We are actually all winners. So this is simply what has happened for the last 6 to 7 hours after your submission. So data registration by the end of the entire collation, we had 2 that registered for this hackathon. Total submission was 217. If you are amongst these 217 that submitted, please give yourself a round of applause.
Recording in progress.
If you're among these 217 that started, please give yourself a round of applause because it is not an easy feat. Roughly 10% of the entire population of the people that registered, they were the guys that were able to submit. Okay, give yourself a round of applause because it is not an easy thing at all. 2282 total registrants and then only 217 submitted. And trust me, we were able to look through every single one of those 217 submissions. We were able to look through every single one of them. And after the entire collation, the first 30 were contacted. First 13 are going to be presenting to us today. I know initially we said first 10 we present, but we have to wrap it up to first 13 because there are actually some amazing, it was hard to select. Trust me, it was hard to be able to select. That's why I want to increase it to top 13. So the top 13 are going to be presenting to us today. And without further ado, without wasting much time, we're going to jump right into the presentation proper. Okay, but before then, let me quickly also clarify that all our judges are right here with us. Okay, so Oluwatosi Iseni is part of the judges. Oluwatosi, please confirm that you are right here with us now. Okay, so Arafat, once anybody is coming, make them co-host, put them on the spotlight as well, so that we'll have all the judges on the screen. Okay. Hi, Oluwatosi Iseni. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm with you. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, wherever you are. It's nice to be here. I'm sorry I won't be able to put on my camera because of I'm not in the proper place. So I will do that later.
That's my hope. Okay, as we progress, you are going to do that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to Adejoju Ajani. Hi, Adejoju, are you on the call now? Hi, Adejoju, are you there? Arafat, Daniela, please help me confirm if Adejoju is on the call right now.
She's on the call. Hello, Adejoju, can you unmute?
Okay, all right, so I'm going to call the next person while we progress. Hi, David. David, are you there? I know we heard from Adejoju yesterday. We heard from Oluwatosi as well. We heard from David. Yes, I am. David, please feel free to let's be sure that you're there. You can turn on your mic and also your video so that because we're about to jump into the proper judging of all the presentations that has been provided. Okay, fantastic. Hi, Danny. Danny, are you there? Hi, David. Welcome. Danny, are you there?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's
Fantastic.
nice to
Danny.
be here, waiting for your powerful insight to use case that already delivered yesterday. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, thank you, Danny. All right, let's move on to the next person. Hi, Nico. Nico, are you there?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here, very excited to see what you've come up with.
All right, fine. Nico, say a couple of words to the people because they were not able to see you yesterday. Just tell them what you will be looking out for from your own perspective of judging.
So I will be looking out for really innovative but simple, practical solutions.
Fantastic. I hope we all heard what Nicole will be looking out for. It's good to have you here. Hi, Lisa. Lisa, are you there?
Yes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to all the top 13 so far, and congratulations for making it this far. Looking forward to seeing your presentations.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. And finally, Roland, are you there? Hi, Roland.
Hi, Chukwemeka. I'm here. It's a pleasure to be here.
You were not here yesterday as well, so feel free to also speak a couple of words with regards to how you will be judging them today from your own POV.
I think I'll be judging along the lines of the criteria set out in the judging pack. But I think the key theme for me I'll be looking for from all of the presentation is the ability to scale. Because lots of times we have similar conversations around how we can move the continent forward, how we can find innovative solutions to a lot of these wicked problems. But we always get unstuck at the point we try to scale these solutions. So I'm looking for practical solutions that stand a real chance of implementation in the real world.
All right. Thank you so much, Roland. Without further ado, just to also refresh everyone's on the judging criteria. One is understanding of the case study. Two is your eloquence with regards to speaking to the audience here. And then, of course, your time management and your ability to respond to the question and comments with conviction. Then lastly, the quality of insight and recommendation that you have generated for the general public. So the presentation time is 10 minutes per person, questions 5 minutes. And as much as possible, would at least love to have at most 4 judges can ask each participant question. Then in the end, we'll take the entire feedback for everyone. So for instance, let's assume Chukwemeka is presenting. You can take feedbacks for Chukwemeka, and then in the end of every one of them presenting, we can all now give them feedback. But after Chukwemeka is done presenting, we expect at most 4 judges to ask questions so that we can actually be able to manage time effectively. So as at now, everyone that will be presenting, they are not expected to be here. They are expected to be in a different breakout room, and then we are bringing in one after the other so that they don't also, steal the ideas of others and be able to speak from their own perspective. So all the best to everyone presenting and to the entire audience that we'll be learning from the other people's presentation. I hope you understand and also see reasons to learn from this exact experience. Like I said earlier, we are all winners, and Hackathon is meant to also educate us better and be able to also impact our own tech skills and tech career path. So all the best, and let's kickstart the presentation immediately. Hi, Isosa, are you there? We can bring in the first person. Isosa,
Yes,
are you there?
yes, I am. Yes, I am. And hello, everyone. Welcome. Just like Chukwemeka has mentioned, welcome to the 2025 Hackathon. We're going to begin right now, so we don't waste any more time, because I know we're all excited to get into the main business of the day, which is taking a look at all of the fantastic presentations and being wowed by the insights that we're going to be getting. We're going to be going first with John Confidence. Of course, earlier, Chukwemeka showed us the rules. It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes for presentations, and of course we'll have the judges give their feedback, 1 minute each, and then once we're done with that, we move on to the next person. The judges will ask their questions. Feedback will be at the end of the session, just to ensure that we give a general feedback, we don't waste time, and everyone gets to benefit at the end of the day. So not to waste any more time, we're going to get into it. Khadija, are you there? If we can bring in John Confidence as our very first presenter for the day. Okay, so while we're waiting on John, of course, we had beautiful submissions. We had over 200 submissions, and we had to select the best. But each and every one of you, of course, each and every one of you that we're not selected, know that you also did amazing well. But there's only so many people that we can have present to the judges in the session today. But please ensure you stay back, you learn, because trust me, you're definitely going to be getting a lot from this session. So I can see John is with us, John Confidence Bello. Hello, John. How are you doing?
So, just 1 minute before we go ahead. All right. So, if you are expected to present and you are still in this main group, I want you to know that we are seeing you and you are going to be disqualified if you don't join the breakout room. Okay. So, it's important that you leave this main group and not hear what others are presenting. You only come in here to present and not steal what John is about to talk to us about. So, please, if you are among the first 13, make sure you leave immediately and join the breakout room. It is very, very important. If John starts and you are still here, we're going to consider it that you are disqualified. All right? I hope that communicates effectively. Yeah, over to you, Aisha. Please don't forget to put the timer on the top so that we all can watch
Absolutely. So thank you, John. Good to see you. Of course, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and you're going to see a timer on your screen. So once your timer is up, know that points are going to be deducted from you if you keep going on, because that's part of the judging criteria, time management. So please be very, very mindful.
All right, I think
of your time. And yes, so I'm going to start the timer now.
Hi, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? John? Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, your network just glitched a bit. So just hold on, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're trying to take in the participants. I think some persons are not in yet. Just hold on.
Okay.
Within the next 2-3 minutes, I'll be sorted out.
All right. So just give me a signal when we are good to go. So while we wait on the backstage to do what they are good at doing, staying backstage and making things work, the topic that we are taking a look at, of course, is the fiscal stability of African nations, which is one of the SDGs I might add, talking about economic health. I'm sure we are all familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, and that's one of the main themes of the hackathon today, where we are going to take a look at this particular goal, see how different African nations measure up. Maybe also are we good to go now?
No, we're almost there, please.
Okay. All right. So maybe also compare looking at the global standards and understand countries or nations that are doing well in terms of their GDP, population, economic growth, really. Also trying to identify maybe some growth illusions, as they are called, because trust me, while the team of this hackathon, was released, I also went my way to do some research. I'm not a finance expert, but after this hackathon, I can tell you for a fact that I can hold my own when it comes to things that are finance related. Okay, I now understand that there's such a thing as a growth illusion. I didn't know that existed before, but now there's a growth illusion when it comes to the economies of nations. So we're going to have a great time. Like I said, we're going to have a great time just waiting on the backstage staff to get things ready, to get things prepared. But if you know you're good to go, I want to see your comments. I want to see your comments on the chat box on Zoom. And for those watching us live, please also ensure you're dropping comments on on YouTube or wherever you're streaming live from. So we're going to have 13 presentations. We're going to have 13 presenters show us their work. Each presenter is going to have 10 minutes to present. And then, of course, we take questions from the judges and get to, please ensure you are encouraging the presenters, okay? Ensure you're encouraging the presenters. Use the reactions. I got to realize a couple of months ago that Zoom is not trying to mimic Google Meet in a way. Okay, because if you're familiar with Google Meet, you know that the reactions are all very bubbly. You click on a round of applause and you see applause on your screen. You see confetti. Some people call it flowers. I call it confetti. You see confetti on your screen. Zoom now has something similar as well. So on Zoom, when you click on, you can also do those bubbly reactions. I think maybe I could show you guys what it looks like. Something exactly, Frank, exactly. Now that's what I'm talking about. You can see it from Frank, from Andy, from Collins. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So please, even David is giving us some reactions as well. So please, while the presenters are presenting, please ensure you encourage them, because trust me, it's not so easy speaking to hundreds and hundreds of individuals, both those on the call and those that are joining us via the live stream. Are we good to go now?
All right, yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Isisa. So we've made some addition, but I think some of the finalists on the call need to join with your full name as instructed. Okay, so we need to have you in the breakout room. All right, so if we're not able to do that within the next few minutes, we're going to disqualify some of us. All right, so we already have 7 individuals in the breakout room. The instruction was joining with the first and last name. So we're going to find you on the platform and add you to the breakout room. If that does not work, you will yanked off from completing within the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But I think we can go ahead, can begin, right? Can we begin, Elijah?
Yeah, no. If we try to begin, okay, John confidence presentation would be seen by other persons. So yeah, just allow for the next 5 minutes, please.
Okay, all right then. So while we wait, maybe I'll tell you guys a story. Maybe I'll tell you guys a story while we wait. I have a couple of stories I could tell, but which I'm trying to figure out the best story to tell in this kind of scenario that blends perfectly with the audience that we currently have, with the theme of this entire event. And I'm not coming up with anything at the moment, though. I'm not coming up with anything at the moment. So I guess we just have to wait. Maybe if I come up with a story later on, I'll let you guys know. I'll get to tell you my story. And maybe I would also be, maybe it might go viral as well. Who knows? And then I'll become a superstar. Not that I'm not a superstar already. Just trying to beat my own drums. Yeah. Okay. So we're still waiting. Please, just like the instructions have been given, if you know you are going to be presenting, you should not be on the main call, but rather you should be in the not drop-in session, apologies, habit. You should be in the breakout room. Very, very important. You should be in the breakout room. So if you know you're not in the breakout room, please ensure we fix that up right now. Join the breakout room so we can begin. Because once the time elapses for you to join the breakout room, you are going to be disqualified. That's just how it's going to go. So please ensure you join the breakout room. Very, very, very important. So we can begin. So series of presenters that we're going to have John. Of course, John is going to be presenting first. And we have prices. We have the top 10, just like Chukwemeka showed earlier. That's first, second, third. Prices worth $5,000 when compiled together. So there's a whole lot to get. There's a whole lot you can benefit for those presenting. And just like I mentioned earlier, also for those not presenting, you're going to be learning a lot as well. Many of us that are now experts somewhat in tech started this way, where we joined the hackathons trying to brush up on our skills, trying to improve on our skills, trying to test out what we've learned, trying to gain confidence, trying to gain experience, to be able to go out there and do even more amazing things when it comes to that space. And what we're going to be focusing on in this hackathon, or rather what we are focused on in this hackathon, is data. I know for some of us on the call right now, while we are tech enthusiasts, we are not really data experts or people interested in data, but don't worry, as long as you're in tech, you're going to definitely benefit from this. But for the data analysts out there, the data scientists, the data engineers, somewhat, of course, data engineers are more in charge of building pipelines and providing the data we're working with right now. They're more in charge of providing this data, ensuring that it's in the database. But I guess I could also add in the data engineers to the list of experts that are going to be showing us their work. But most importantly, we have the data analysts, the data scientists that have gone ahead to analyze this data and gotten insights, key insights, fantastic insights, things that countries, nations could start utilizing. And of course, to see how they can improve their economic growth or improve their economic growth, really. I guess we don't want nations to decline in terms of economic growth. Okay, are we good to go now? Okay, so I think we can begin. So we're gonna begin with John. John, are you there? Are you good to go? If you're good to go, just turn on your camera so we can get started. Hello, John, are you there? Okay, John is not here at the moment. Please, can we bring John into the main room? He's currently in the breakout room. Okay, so great. So we have John. Hello, John. How are you doing? I hope you're ready to go. Are you nervous? You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. So let me ask you to unmute. So just.
Hello, John. I've asked you to unmute.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. How are you doing?
I
hope you're good to
very
go.
fine. Very well. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Great. So just like I mentioned earlier, you have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and you can begin right now.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. To the judges, to the host of this hackathon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll begin my presentation right away, and I'll be sharing my screen for. Okay, so all right, I believe my screen is visible.
Yes, yes, we can see your
All
screen.
right. Okay, thank you so much. All right, my name is John Confidence, and I'm pleased and I'm so excited to do this presentation based on project. So quickly, just to give us a background of what this project was all about, that is setting the scene of this project. looking at the fiscal challenge that lies in Africa. Africa's sovereign debt landscape is very complex, as we all know. The financial sector is a very complicated one. And some countries manage sustainable debt levels, while others, they struggle rising above this debt limit, all right? And so I won't be able to talk deeply because being constrained by time, but I'll be going to be giving a brief overview of what this project is all about and the possible conclusions and recommendations I was able to come up with. And so our dashboard, as you see here, which I'm going to talk about later, tells the story by combining forecast models, risk probabilities, and interactive visualizations. And it's not just showing just where the debt is in this country specifically, but where it's likely headed and which factors matter the most in determining the factors that contribute to these debt levels in some of these countries. Now, in going further to the findings and the recommendation and insight I got from this project, I would like to take us back through the project, the data set that I work with. So the structure of the data set is such like, the original data set was in the long format. So I did a lot of pre-processing on the data set, and which I found out that the original data set was in long format, where each row represented a single economic indicator for a country and for a year. But this particular format which the data was given would not be able to be carried out for analysis, all right, and for predictive modeling. So what did I do? To solve this, the data was pivoted into wide format, transforming every indicator into its own column. That is, for a particular year, there is a specific set of indicators that is attributed to each country, all right? So now, I want us to imagine looking at the country fiscal part over the last decade. Some nations over below the risk threshold, and while others repeatedly cross the 60% debt to GDP mark, all right? So we see patterns emerge from countries with large cumulative deficit. Just as I have here on my screen. Now, the visual story unfolds through the model. For this project, I was able to build some predictive modeling, two specifically, a regression classifier model and a linear regression model. All right, but then let me just go quickly to the key insight and action because of my time. All right, for the key insight and actions, I forecasted debt to debt, the debt drivers. These debt drivers means these are the features, all right, that constitute to how much debt a country was able to, that contributed to the factors that aid the debt ratio of each country. All right, so I look at the fiscal vulnerability index. All right, and then from my chart, from my dashboard, we're able to see countries with high fiscal vulnerability. All right, and they often have higher projected debt levels. Okay, when I get to the dashboard, I'm going to talk more about that. And the deficit to GDP ratio and cumulative deficit, all right, we're able to see them. This is the chart that showed high cumulative deficit can correlate with lower GDP growth rate, okay? And then, okay. All right, when we look at our high debt risk probability, it's mostly driven by the interest burden ratio. All right, this is how much debt servicing eats into revenue. All right, that is the limitations that occurs into the revenue that each country takes as a result of the debt that this country owes. All right, so okay, let me just. All right, so when we look at the country level KPIs, I was able to come up with some visual metrics, all right, that we can actually look into, such as the average debt to GDP, the KPI, the high debt risk probability, the venue to expenditure ratio, and Okay. Now, when we look at the KPIs over here, we can see that, I don't want to read it out because it's visible. Now, we can see that this number tells the story at a glance. It tells us which countries are most exposed and where fiscal actions are very, very urgent. All right, so what the dashboard reviews, the feature importance of my time. The feature importance, all right, you can see feature importance simply means some of these features that contribute to the high level of depth, all right? I don't want to go down into that, and so we can see. Then to my recommendation, based on the project and everything I was able to come up with, guided by the story I shared, some of the recommendations involve we should focus on stakeholders, possibly we should focus on medium-term plans, all right, to reduce deficit and cumulative debt, all right? Prioritize refining high interest rate debt. Also, I found out about the, okay, so we can combine fiscal consolidation with trade policies. And lastly, the high debt rate probability, the physical vulnerability and cumulative deficit should trigger predefined interventions. Now, this story is actionable. Now, by understanding the past, monitoring the present, and stress testing the future, I believe that policymakers can navigate debt sustainably. Now, in conclusion, I'm going to show us a demo of the project. In conclusion, this dashboard I'm going to be sharing with us transforms raw fiscal data into narrative that is actionable, engaging, and easy to understand. It actually shows us where debt is rising from particular countries and why, what levers matters most, what matters most for policymakers. Africa debt story is not just numbers, as you can see, it's a sequence of decisions, vulnerabilities, and opportunities. All are also captured in this data. So I'm going to be sharing in the next few minutes, seconds I have, the view of the dashboard. Okay. Sorry. Finding issues to. Sorry. Okay. All right, so trying to. All right, so I was able to come up with this dashboard. Okay, I think this is it. All right, the 10Alytics hackathon. So as you can see here, a predictive modeling is actually working on this dashboard. And when we over around some of these, we can see some of the key indicators that are affecting the debt to GDP ratio. And yeah, and also when we come here, we can be able to see from some specific country and see, we can see that the dashboard is actually updating. And so, and this also, one of the things that consists of this dashboard is, all right, I think my time is up. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. John, thank you, great presentation. So we're going to take questions now from the judges. So judges, if you have questions, just use the raise hand icon so I can call on you to ask your question. Okay, so we have looking at, we have Oluwato. So I think Lisa wants to speak as well. So we're just going to take Oluwato. Then we take Mulidin, and then we take Lisa as well. Okay.
Okay.
So Oluwato, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Beautiful work, John. You did a very, very great work for this short period of time. Your work had
Recording
a proper
stopped.
structure. you had a proper structure.
Recording in progress.
But I have quite a number of questions because you're going to come as comments, but let me just make it questions. For the for your numeric formatting, where you had decimal places, what actually made you go wrapping it up by 2 decimal places or maybe 3 decimal places?
Okay, I actually found out, because I was a quick walk, all right, so I skipped that during my pre-processing, and during my pre-processing.
Okay. Actually spoke more about the structure of your data, but not the context.
Yes, sir.
So it would have been important if you talked about after you've analyzed your data, what came up, what country was, was top 3, top 4 on your GDP to this thing. You did not speak to that. You did not speak to that issue. On your fiscal vulnerability table also, you didn't talk about the reason why they make. You only talked about your methodology in achieving it. You actually did not explain every component of your analysis. You were only talking about your methodology, and not even the context. You were supposed to be context aware. So I think that would be my 2 submissions. I'll just leave the rest for any other person that wants to speak.
Thank you very much, Oluwatosin.
Thank you so much, sir.
Bulidin? Yeah, Bulidin,
Yes,
please go ahead.
Thank you. John, at your conclusion, you said that's not only the number, but it's about insight for decision-making, refer to the vulnerability. My question is, which is specific aspect of Africa's sovereign debt crisis that your solution focus on, and why is it the most critical part of intervention from your presentation?
Okay, one of the direction that my project or my analysis was able to solve is to actually review the factors, all right, that tends to contribute, that constitute to the reasons why some countries have deficit, all right. So coming up with the process, some of these features. What are the particular things some countries are putting their attention to that's actually causing them much deficit? And so one of the things that this project I was able to carry out was to identify some of those things. And when policymakers are able to identify, this is the particular aspect that is causing these certain issues, for instance, deficit levels, we can be able to deal with it. And that's all.
Okay, thank you, John.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Lisa?
Thank you. Thank you, John. I've got 2 questions for you. The first one is related to data input. So did all the countries have similar data available for you? And if not, which data attribute then impacted your model the most? And then secondly, can your model distinguish between productive deficits like infrastructure investments versus unproductive deficits like recurring spending, etc.?
I'm sorry, I didn't kind of understand the question.
So when you have deficits in your model, then you get productive deficits and unproductive deficits. So unproductive deficit is mainly linked to recurring spending.
Okay.
And productive deficits is when you have once-off bulk investments, like with infrastructure, that every 3 years needs an investment. So can your model distinguish between those type of deficits in your calculations?
All right. Thank you so much, Ma, for that. I think I get the direction of the question. Okay, I didn't put that into consideration for the model to actually tell us which kind of deficit is this country having. Is it a positive one or is it a negative one? So probably if this project is going to be refined or modified, I'm going to possibly put that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Mom.
Thank you very much, John. Fantastic presentation. Please stay back so you can listen to others. Don't go anywhere. And you did
All right.
very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So next we have Morenike Atejoye. Is Morenike on the call? Can we bring in Morenike, please? Okay, so just waiting a little bit for Morenike to join us. Okay, so I think Morenike is here now.
Yes, she is.
Yes, she is. Please, can we make her co-host so she can turn on her camera?
Yeah, Marinka, you can unmute and also turn your camera on.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
we can
So
see you.
yes, we can see Morenike. Hello, Morenike. How are you doing? Yes, you are muted. Okay, so I just asked you to unmute, so you can unmute now. How are you doing?
I'm good. Hi, everyone.
Hello. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and yeah, you can begin.
Okay, I would like to share my screen. Okay, so hi, everyone. My name is Morenike, and today I'll be discussing the topic unraveling Africa's sovereign debt crisis. But for today, I'll be focusing on a climate-stressed country or climate-stressed countries. So my data will be focusing on that. So Africa has been known to have rising debt burdens, volatile public finances, and climate stress or shocks. Take, for instance, Sudan and maybe Madagascar. They faced years of continuous climate stress and even war. And for them to recover, this would take a long time. And do we have a system in place to create an early warning for these countries that, oh, there will be a fiscal stress coming up in this economy? So can data be used to solve this kind of problem? So first, the analysis began with cleaning, and mainly that involves making sure there is consistency in the data set that will be used for data exploration, and then finally the modeling. And for instance, the units were in millions, billions, and percentage. It wasn't consistent. Then the date was the frequency itself was in yearly, monthly, and quarterly. And also we had about 24 indicators. So the summary of it all is I standardized, I cleaned, and everything was in a standardized format for my data exploration. So the to do more data exploration, I wanted to know more about what the fiscal data reveals about Africa's budget in general. So first, I created a budget balance, and that is I used the budget deficit and surplus because the data itself does not separate budget deficit and surplus to say this is the surplus and this is the deficit. And to create a balance, I decided to average what was given, and that provides a direct measure of the fiscal health of the nation. And this shows the first chart shows that the top 5 volatile countries is Tanzania, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Togo, and Togo. And this shows that, excuse me, please. This should be an interactive. Okay, yeah, so this shows that these countries are the most volatile, they are the most volatile. And for consistency's sake, like I said, I decided to start my analysis from 2010 to most recent year. Then for top 5 countries with the worst average budget deficit, starting from 2010 to most recent years, we have Tanzania leading, and their deficit is so high in comparison to other countries like Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Senegal, and Egypt, although all these countries are still budget deficit. Now, for budget balance, and this is we wanted to know which country has the most deficit in recent year 2025, and which country has the most the unique surplus. And South Africa was huge when compared to other countries. They are facing a fiscal stress, and while Ghana in the most recent year have a surplus. And this is just to call out that this is kind of different from their historical data. Historically, South Africa has a kind of a balanced budget, and Ghana the same. But for the year 2025, it was different. Now, to dig into the revenue, spending, debt, and growth, I decided to combine my budget balances with revenue, expenditure, debt, economic growth, and inflation rates across the country, just to gain more insight. So this data is showing that, just to break it down to have more view, that Nigeria has a budget, excuse me, please. So the other shows low debt, but also low revenue. And the example is Nigeria. Then some countries have persistent deficit, and that is example is South Africa. They have persistent deficit. Then for macroeconomic, under this, I decided to group the growth rate, the GDP growth rate, inflation rate, CPI, and food inflation. And a major data to be called out here is for Tanzania. They have a high GDP, and this does not mean that they have a good revenue expenditure distribution, even though they have a good GDP. So also on so to talk about fiscal stress, according to Congressional Budget Office, CBO, yeah, according to them, they define fiscal crisis as it arises through a combination of sudden shocks and gradual cumulative deterioration. So maybe the system is already working fine, but there's like a sudden shift in one of the indicators, and this will cause a major fiscal stress on a country. Now, to capture sudden episodes in this fiscal health, budget balances was standardized with each country, and then the anomaly years, just to flag that relationship. How many minutes? Okay. The top 5 countries by average nominal GDP, Nigeria. Top 5 countries by average debt, also Nigeria. Top 5 most volatile budget deficit. Here we have Tanzania. The relationship is always between Tanzania and Nigeria for all these relationships. because of my time, I would like to jump into the modeling itself. So for the modeling, I decided to use these features, and using these features, I can see that budget deficit, debt to GDP has a great importance in any model I'm supposed to create. Then I would like to mention I created an at-risk label to show countries that are at risk or at high risk and at low risk. Now, I created a fiscal risk dashboard, and this is just to show countries that are at low risk and countries that are at high risk. So this is just an example of the model working. Now, to focus more on the climate stressed aspect of this presentation, I decided to bring in data from end-game style vulnerability, end-game style, and I used their vulnerability score to create this climate vulnerability that I used with my provided data. And there were 3 key patterns from this data, and that is climate vulnerability and debt, climate vulnerability and growth, economic growth, and model fiscal risk. Now, for the climate vulnerability and debt, this scatter plot, the main focus here is the not that big, but the orange bubble right here, and it shows that can I continue?
Yes, you can. Just know your time is up, but you can continue.
Okay. So the big bubble shows that the distribution of climate vulnerability versus the debt burden, and high vulnerability, high debt country frequently fall into the high risk category. That is what this data is showing. Then for climate vulnerability and economic growth, which relates to the average GDP growth, it shows that growth rate tends to be weaker and more volatile amongst high vulnerable countries. So I decided to create 4 different archetypes based on this risk profile. And we have 4 different archetypes for these countries: high debt, high vulnerability, high risk countries, high volatile, but not yet heavily indebted countries, fiscally stronger but climate exposed countries, lower risk, high growth countries. And this was created to create a tailored recommendation for these countries. So there are some specific countries that fall under each archetype, and each recommendation should be focused on each of these archetypes. Now, for instance, the high debt, high vulnerability, high risk country, we can we can target these countries mainly to address the climate stress issues going on, and then we can address structural imbalances where expenditure persistently exceeds revenue, and this is also one of the archetypes that was grouped. Now, finally, just to mention that while I was developing these analysis, I faced just few issues. For instance, the model performance itself is based on availability, coverage, and quality of data. So if I had no access to the vulnerability data, I will just be focusing on the data that was provided, which was kind of limited. So
okay,
then,
so I'm gonna have to stop you there, Veronica. So yes, your time is up, but and you could have still decided to go ahead, but that would affect your time because you're also stored based off your time management. But at this point, I really have to stop you. So because I feel you're going to go on and on and on due to the beautiful presentation you've been given so far. So I'm going to let the judges ask questions now. So please, judges, if you have a question, just use the raise hand icon so we can ask the question. Okay, so is that Roland? Do you have a question?
Yes, indeed. Thank you,
Okay, go
Moranica,
ahead.
for your very insightful presentation. I think from my perspective, I'd like you to elaborate a bit more on your very novel interpretation. So what's prompted the approach you've taken with a focus on climate vulnerability?
So I submitted and then got a comment that they needed something related to sustainability in my work. So I decided to choose the climate itself, climate sustainability. That was why I decided to search for the vulnerability data through, I always forget the full meaning, ND gain, Notre Dame dataset.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roland. Mulidin?
Yes, thank you. In this slide, you said that different risk profile will be different needs. So my question is, how you ensure the application of your solution in another African country, and what adjustment would be required for the country? Thank you.
Could you please repeat? My audio is
Yeah,
really...
you said that your recommendation or your insight will be different based on the risk profile or different needs from each country. So my question is, what adjustment will be required to ensure that your recommendation can be applied for another country, for different country?
Oh, okay. Adjustment. I think, like I said, my recommendation was based on each archetype. So for other countries to be able to use this recommendation, I don't think there will be an issue because even though we have different types of climate issues and the grade and level is different, war, drought, famine, and hurricane has different level of effect. But at the end of the day, I think the end result is still a country that is struggling to meet up with the residents' need. And I think my recommendation should be able to apply across board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. May I go? Cool. So I just want to find out which machine learning model did you use? Could you just confirm that for me?
Random forest classifier.
Random forest. Okay, cool. And did you test for false positives in that type of scenario?
For the archetypes?
Yes.
No, I did not test for the archetypes.
Okay.
But I did test for my other, the first model I created.
Okay, awesome. And did you test any out of sample countries or was there any out of sample countries in your models that came through?
No, I only used African-based samples.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you, Moranica. Great presentation. So you can just stay back on the call now while you listen to the others present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I saw Sir. Did I get your name correctly? Pardon me.
Yeah, close enough. That's fine.
Yes, I was trying to, I don't know, I was struggling to figure out where to raise my hand. I don't know what's happening with my laptop. I think I have a few comments for Morenike, right? I'll make it quick, just comment so that she can ponder on them. Well done on the work you've done in such a short time, right? I think some of the questions I wanted to ask has also been asked. Maybe I will drop comments around how you decided what type of model to use to use based on the kind of data set and the kind of problem you're trying to solve. So there are problems that are best suited, there are data sets and questions that are best suited to use clustering or classification. In this case, I guess I want to be sure that you thought that through. The other thing I wanted to say is I liked how you started your presentation, right? Where you tried to give us context into what you figured out in the exploratory data analysis. I think that's key. I wanted to emphasize and validate that for every data set that you have to work with, it is important that you, first of all, understand the status quo, which is the exploratory data analysis that you did, and then try and also then bring the data to a standard level and make assumptions, do your data preparation before you then start selecting what are the most important features and all of that. And I think you got all of that right. I think the last thing for me that I think I want you to pay attention to next time is how you then communicate your findings and recommendations. I think you've done a good job in how you thought about it, creating those risk profiles and all of that. However, for this kind of scenarios next time, I think you should quickly go to the things that pack a punch in terms of what those recommendations are and how they can fit in to these countries, for how the countries can leverage them based on their risk profiles. So based on, I've forgotten, I think maybe if you go back to the page that had all those risk profiles, you can say, okay, Nigeria needs to maybe make some budget adjustments for climate issues based on this and this. So I think it needs to shine through that way. And it's important to rush through your preparation process and take us to the actual meat of the work next time. I just wanted to drop that with you. But overall, you've done well and you should be proud of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ade Jojo. Thank you very much, Morenike. So, yeah, we're going to be moving on to the next person now. And that is Frederick Loveday. Frederick, are you on the call? Okay, so it seems Frederick is currently not available. I will probably have to move on to the next person. Is Frederick here? Yeah, please. Okay, great. So Frederick is here. Frederick, please can turn on your video so we can spotlight you. Okay, yeah, so we can see you. Thank you very much, Frederick. Please note that you have 10 minutes for your presentation. And if you go beyond time, of course, that's going to affect your score. If you go into the negative so much, I'm going to have to interrupt you. But you have 10 minutes for your presentation. You can be, are you good to go? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm good to go.
Okay, so you can begin now.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
No,
not yet. Yeah, it's not up yet.
Sorry, how do I share screen? I can't see the option.
Okay, at the bottom of your screen, you should see like a green rectangle with an arrow in the middle. At the bottom, it reads share.
Okay, it's not there. I'm only seeing participants, chat, reaction, and AI companion.
You can see share. That's maybe try click, if you can see more, that way you have more options. Click on more, maybe you'd find it there.
Okay, I clicked on more. On more, I can only see captions, join breakout room, whiteboard, settings, and stop incoming video. I can't see the.
That's very strange. The share button is just immediately after the React button.
What I see there is AI companion.
All right, Frederick, what are you joining us with? What system?
With a Linux system using Brave browser.
All right, Aisha, we want to go to the next person. Let's meet in the breakout room and then finalize on your. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the next person.
All right, so we're going to move to the next person. Frederick, just move back to the breakout room and we'll assist you with any technicality we're having. I understand you work with a Linux-based operating system. So we're going to move to King David instead. So can we please get King David on the call? Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
have
David.
Yeah, we have King David. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Please, I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, we can hear you. So good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, so you have 10 minutes to, you can start bringing up your screen. You have 10 minutes to present. And if you go beyond your time, please note that that's going to affect your final scoring in terms of time management. So you have 10 minutes and you can, just give me a moment, let me reset this. Yeah, so you can begin. You can pull up your screen, you can begin.
Okay.
The challenge?
Yeah, turning on my screen. Sorry, they're saying I won't be able to record the content of my screen until I quit and come back and reopen.
Okay, so I think we can do that. So you just try dropping off and rejoining quickly. Okay. So yeah, so I think we're having some technical issues. Maybe it's the operating system or something. But so far, I believe we've been having a great time. I believe we've been having an amazing time. We've had 2 presentations now, or 2 or 3. I've lost track because, of course, I've been having fun. So fantastic presentation from the guys that have presented so far. Of course, the judges have also been doing a great job in giving us feedback, asking questions, and I can't wait to see the final list. That's the top 10 at the end of the day. While we're waiting on King David to join back in, so he can share his screen.
You know what major thing that happens is that sometimes we tech people, we are so private that we remove ourselves from some realities. For instance, if you're using a Brave, if you're using Linux and also Brave, you'll not be able to share your screen because of some privacy issues. So they have to go and download the desktop version and be able to use it to be able to present. So we are tech professionals, we are trying to be private, we're trying to remove ourselves, and we're also coding ourselves out of reality. All right, I don't know, any judge can say 1 or 2 things how it's been going so far, while we wait for all of them to actually rectify the privacy issues that they are all having. I think, Roland, do you want to say something? Your face moved like you wanted to say 1 or 2 things.
For me, I think both presenters so far have their strengths and their weaknesses to their approaches so far. I thought Moranike did an excellent job, as Adejulu said, talking about her pre-processing. There's a popular saying that every advanced analytics process starts as a data engineering process. And I think she evidenced that quite well. And the data engineering side of things, feature selections, makes or breaks the success of your analytics attempts. So I think she did that quite well. What I would be looking for, I think, generally from myself, would be to see more of a fat approach to what we're seeing. So some of the presenters have shown a prescriptive analytics slant towards the end in making recommendations. Some of them have showed a diagnostic analytics approach to saying what they think the issues are. But I'll be looking also for everything else. So not just descriptive as to what's happened or what they see in the data set, but what has happened, what's causing it, what do they think the recommendations are, etc., etc. Because I think that's the difference between a small scale project and something that's actually scalable.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I think the next person, King David, is ready to go. And to all the judges, please, all this amazing feedback, let's pen it down. Okay, it's important that we pen it down. Maybe you can also isolate it per individual, so that by the time we are done with the entire hackathon, we can also provide this feedback for all of them. So the reason why I want us to do it at the end is so that they will all be in this main group, and they can also learn from every other person's own feedback. Okay. All right. Over to you, Isisa and King David.
Thank you. Thank you. King David, you can unmute and you can begin.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is King David Onoja. And before I dive into my presentation, I would like to tell you something, let you know a little bit personal, something personal about myself. So I earn more than I did 3 years ago today, but then I can't purchase as much as I did 3 years ago. Why is this? This is
Sorry, King David, I can't hear you well. I don't know if it's just me. And do you want to adjust your mouthpiece?
Yeah, I'm also can hear you clearly, King David.
Okay, let me remove my earpiece. I was having some How about now? Is it any better?
I think your voice is very, very low, so it's quite.
How about now? Is it any better?
Please, can the judges confirm if you can hear King David?
I can hear him clearly.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
From my end, even though I can hear him, I think he was better off with his headset on.
I agree.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is worse off. Maybe you should use the headset. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, please, how about now?
Yes, this is better. Just hold the mic close to your mouth, just like you're doing right now.
All right. So good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is King David Onoja, and before I start, I want to let you in on something personal. So 3 years ago, I earned more than I do today, but look around me, I can only purchase less. Why is this? The cost of prices, the cost of things have increased. Even though the cost my earnings have increased, the cost of food has increased more than the cost of the increase in my earnings, and this causes a discrepancy. I'm not alone in this dilemma. A lot of Africans are in it with me. So what this brings me to looking into the data set and driving my recommendations. So we are facing a fiscal illusion where Africa's economy is growing on paper, but in reality, nothing is changing. You look around you, maybe you were earning less then, now you are earning more. But you look around you, the things you can purchase are even less than it was before. Yet when they are reading the budget allocation, you can see increase in budget. You think the economy is doing well, but then it's not actually doing well. The data set has shown us that the nominal GDP, which is being read to you, is different from the real GDP. Why? Because the nominal GDP doesn't take inflation into consideration. But when you put inflation into consideration, that's when you are going to realize that it's just a fluke, it's just an illusion. And that brings me to the whole presentation today. So diving into this illusion, well, since the current GDP is flat, it's not too below, it's not too above. Maybe we are doing well, maybe the illusion is not so bad.
Let's see what the data set tells us in the next page. Africa's debt has tripled since 2010. Our debt has tripled. Why? This triple is not in millions of naira. We're talking in billions of dollars. You know what it means to triple in billions of dollars? That goes to show that there's no one has had an initiative of change. Since 2010, countries at 350%. You might be thinking, why are we borrowing so much? Why does it keep increasing? But maybe we are building something to the future where we can pay back and then revert to our normal state. Maybe we are building us upon something to get balance. Well, let's look at what the data set tells us about why we are borrowing much, even with this illusion. So it points us next to chronic deficit, government spending more than they earn, living beyond our means. When they say someone is living beyond his means, it means maybe he doesn't earn as much, but he has a flashy house, a flashy car. He has things to show, but just that his earnings cannot maintain those things he has to show, right? But then when you look at our data set, you can see red here, just red everywhere. You will not even believe that there's an iota of green in this data set. Only Togo, twice. This red is to show that we spend more than we earn for 15 consecutive years. We are spending more than we earn. On top the loan, we are collecting billions of dollars in loan, incremental, exponential, and then we are still spending more. Well, maybe we are actually living beyond our means. Maybe our excessive spending we have something to show for it. Maybe. Let's look at what the data set tells us further on. Rising debts, failing investment, infrastructure crisis. This shouldn't be accustomed to someone who is collecting a lot of debt. At least the debt should show in your body. But then, vital investments like roads, schools, hospitals, and power plants are actually in decline. In countries like Nigeria, Egypt, Zambia, for instance, they are in a danger zone. Why? Because the debt they have to cover is 90% of the earnings they generate. So imagine you are collecting salary and 90% has to go to debt. I don't think you are moving forward at all. You are actually in a danger zone and you need immediate help. So countries like South Africa are actually at the high debt threshold, as the data has shown us. But countries like Nigeria, Egypt, and Zambia, well, the data set told us that there's problem. Okay, infrastructure crisis. There's no infrastructure, a lot of debt. Maybe we are focusing on healthcare. Maybe we are focusing on education. Let's see what the data set has to tell us. Paying banks instead of educating children. For a country with so much debt and no infrastructure, paying banks instead of educating children. This is where I spent most time on my research, because you can see these red lines is for debt, the blue is for healthcare, the green is for education. You might think this red is showing the amount you pay on debt every year annually, right? And you might think the green is on healthcare and on education, but I'll surprise you with this analysis. This red you are seeing is not the money we pay on debt, it's the money we pay on debt interest. That's the interest acquired from the debt we've been taking. A country like Nigeria spends 6 times more on that interest, not debt, interest that have been acquired before. While it's still borrowing more, it's spending 6 times more on interest than it is spending on education. Education is supposed to be a very vital key establishment in every country. Without education, how won't the debt keep increasing? But at least we are trying on healthcare. Country like Kenya, the interest payment is more than the health and the education. That's not how it should be. Egypt, the debt is more than. It's only South Africa that is actually, according to the data set, that's actually moving well in line with all of this. You might sit back and wonder, no infrastructure, no education, no much on education, no much on infrastructure, a lot on debt. Why is this? Well, maybe the basic amenities, maybe feeding and employment, maybe that's where all our debts are going to. Let's find out. Let's see what the data has to say. The human cost, food inflation plus unemployment. Honestly, at this point, you just have to be surprised. When I was diving into this data, I was just going deeper and deeper. I even went off the data as I was allowed to see how worse it could get. And honestly, I don't think it can get any worse at this point. No infrastructure, no healthcare, nothing. And then the food and unemployment. Food is the basic necessity, right? But then I told you that compared to now, but I still see no difference. Imagine someone who had no earnings from then till now, with the inflation and everything, how is he expected to survive? And the unemployment you are talking about is not free money. Like, I want to work, give me work and pay me, right? You have been collecting debt, build infrastructures that could actually give people work, pay them, and then to repay off your loan. But there's no sign of change. It's going worse. It's getting worse. 400%. There's no one is even trying to do anything about it, right? So you might see my whole presentation is just going towards the negative and the negative, but you won't blame me. When I opened the data set, I saw more negative than the total digits there. Everything was just negative. I was scrolling down negative. So I wanted to dive in and see how bad it is. And honestly, I'm perplexed for a continent with so much debt. It's a crisis. It's a crisis, but you can't just look at problems without looking at the solutions. So let's look at possible solutions that can help us. So I drafted out 3 data-driven solutions. It's not a miracle. It's not a miracle. You saw the data. What the data set had to say. 400%. There's no miracle that is saving us. There's no explanation you want to give that's never been thought of. It's just a deliberate action. But you can see immediate debt relief. This debt you are collecting from people you are collecting it from. The truth is we cannot pay back. The interest on the debt we have not even paid, let alone the debt. That's the truth. I don't think we can pay it back feasibly soon. I don't think so. But they can reduce the debt for us. They can restructure the debt, reduce the debt, give us more time to pay, give Africa more time to pay the debt, and then clear up some of their debt. With that, they'll have enough balance maybe to pay you back and to adjust themselves, right? So if that could happen, you might see it as impossible. It's too generous. But a country like Zambia did it in 2024. They completed their restructuring of debt. So now at least they are balanced. They can think of increasing their economy. They can face the reality and break out of the illusion. Revenue mobilization. Some countries don't tax the workers. So with more tax, you can generate at least 10 billion annually. This which could go to paying off your taxes. But some countries, Nigeria, they tax 10%. There's nothing to show for it. So yeah, that's about that. Then expenditure reallocation. So like we saw earlier on, the money spent on interest exceeds education and healthcare. Leave that interest first. Focus on education and healthcare. Take care of the health of children. Educate them well so that they can, go ahead and then be the change that you want to see, right? So all this is talk, right? The main thing that we can do, we shouldn't ask what we should do, but do we have the political will to act? It's not the same people that were in power as at 2010 when I started collecting the data. That they are not the same people in power 2025. Some are, considering the future of Africa, but some are not. But there's still no change. That goes to show that it's not about the person, it's not about the government, it's about the mindset in everyone, right? So it's not about what do. We have to hold them accountable and we have to think like it so that when we get there, we won't do the same as they've been doing. I believe Ken is with me. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, King David. Nice presentation, fantastic presentation. Judges, any question? Yes, Roland, do you have a question? Okay, no question. So please, if you have a question, just use the raise hand icon. Yes, Lisel, let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much. This was a very insightful presentation, and I do like your storytelling, and it's got a strong business theme. I'd just like to understand the technical side more, like which data model did you use, which machine learning model did you use? If you can give me some insight into that, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. So as for the technical insights, I'm actually a software engineer and I'm familiar with Python, very familiar with Python. So I used Google Colab with Python. This gave me insights, access to powerful libraries like Panda, for data manipulation, and then Plotly for interactive visualization. So with that, I was able to draft out. I also used Gemini AI to assist me when I felt lost about it, to assist me with some 1 or 2 things. So it was strictly Python on Google Colab. That was what I used.
Okay, awesome. And then right in the beginning, you had a slide, and I think it was Nigeria's real GDP after 2021 had a sharp decline, while the nominal GDP continued rising. Was there any insights out of the data that could give us motivation for that?
The quick drop, right? So
Yeah.
it was at 2023. Yes, so 2023, I think. Then the current president, Tinubu, he removed subsidy. Subsidy was actually giving us that illusion that we're doing well. So as a result of removing that subsidy, it brought the balance. At least it gave us a little insight of what we're actually in. So that was the little drop you see 2023 when the policy was implemented.
Awesome, thank you. I'll give some other judges chance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Danny?
Yes, thank you. My question is about the data that you already analyzed. How did your data analysis lead you to select this three solution as the most impactful? Can you show the evidence that these are the top priorities?
Okay, yes. So from the presentation, so this is where I drafted my priorities from. First one, which I said debt restructuring, right? So from the data analyzed, you can see countries like Nigeria, Egypt, and Zambia. You can see them in a danger zone. This danger zone is when they are at a rising debt, I think 90%, and then the infrastructure is in a crisis. Infrastructure should be like the most basic thing that you can provide. The infrastructure is in crisis and the debt is rising. So the only solution for this danger zone, you can't be drafting a 10-year plan for someone that is in imminent danger. So that was the first solution to my restructuring, that I gave it restructuring, right? So that was the first solution to it. For the second, taxes. For taxes now, from the data set I analyzed from World Bank, because I could add more data.
Can you show it in the slideshow?
Okay, in the slideshow. Where is it? This one. Okay, slideshow. Okay, so this is it.
Okay, it's better. Yes, continue.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, so here this is the one. This is the first thing I was pointing to, right? So for the taxation, even though the tax is much, from the data set analyzed, we realized that the countries like Kenya, they don't collect much as supposed on taxes. They collect 7 to 9%, but they could collect 10 to 15% on those who have, in order to subsidize the debt on them. But not all countries like Nigeria are already collecting tax enough VAT, but there's no it's not showing. So at least the countries that don't should try and implement that, and the ones that do too should direct what they are collecting to the debt.
Okay. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. Ade Joju, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, David, and well done on your presentation. I see the thought process, and I think you try to make it very relatable, and I think that's fantastic, right? I think I'm not able to pronounce his name well. Molidane, pardon me. Kind of, or I'm not sure what asked around how you went about your process, but I think maybe I just want to understand in bullet points, like sequentially, right? So you've done well with the data storytelling, right? But how did you come up with this insight is what I just want to sort of double check, right? So tell me, you got the data sets, and then what next? So in bullet points, how did you go through it? It's just make me get an understanding of how you went through the process of coming up with this very good insight. So if you can quickly touch on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the question. Used bullet points, loaded the data to Google Colab, right? There's a Gemini AI tool that assists with structuring of data, and I'm good with Python, software engineer. So I cleaned the data first with Python code, right? After cleaning the data, I found the data within the clean data, the range that I could use, and then the countries that I could use that have enough data. The 5 countries I picked and focused on, they make up for 60% of the economy. So I believe I could focus on them, right? And their data was sufficient. So I picked them, and while working with them, I had the insight to go deeper. I went to World Bank data and got some data set like the healthcare and the education to just analyze, because after the submission I had the mail that I could get more insight on it, and so something I was really interested in. So I now got that, and then for each graph, right, I used there some Python tools, import frameworks like Kaleidoscope. So it was one that helped generate this
Mention the
insight with code.
libraries. So
Okay, so
mention
there's
everything. Mention the
okay.
technical things, libraries you use, and all of that is clear. We can relate to it. Please, if you don't mind, go ahead.
Okay, so there's Panda, which is for data manipulation, sorry. There's Plotly, which is for interactive visualizations, right? And then direct integrations with front-end APIs pulled from World Bank data when needed.
Okay.
So these are the
All
three
right.
ways.
I
And
think that's
also,
it.
sorry to interrupt you. The major thing I also use Gemini. Google Colab has a Gemini AI tool that assists you with some of these mistakes, discrepancies, and advices on these insights to use.
All righty. Thank you. That's all from me. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, King David. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Nicole.
Thank you, King David. It was a really passionate storytelling. I enjoyed the journey that you took us on. I wanted to know, just in terms of the constraints within this hackathon, time and data, I wanted to know from yourself, if you had more time or more data points, what would you have wanted to enrich your analysis with?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm considering the time. Actually, I had limited time because of electricity problems. I was able to submit, I think, a minute before the deadline or immediately on the deadline. But I believe if I have more time, I'm going to focus on the good aspect, on the foreseeable aspect. I know it can't just be all bad. There has to be some good in it. So I'm going to focus on it. I'm going to get more data, get more insight that can actually show the good in what the devs have been doing, and then the reason for it, because everything has a reason. And then I could actually drive out better solutions to it, not what I came up with.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Nicole. Thank you, King David. Amazing
Thank
presentation. So
Thank you
please
very
stay back so you can listen to others present.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. So next we have Kwame. Kwame will be joining us. So Kwame, if you're on the call, just so we're waiting on Kwame to join us. Okay, so yeah, Kwame is here now. Kwame, I'm gonna ask you to unmute. So how are you doing, Kwame? You good to go?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing well too.
Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me? All right,
Yes,
that's fine.
yes, loud and clear. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation, 10 minutes. If you go beyond that, of course, that's going to affect your final score. And you can begin now. You can pull up your screen and your time
Can
starts
you
now.
confirm if you can see my screen?
It's coming up. Yes, we can see your screen.
All right,
Go
that's
ahead.
fine. Thank you. I can't see the timer. Can you help me with it?
Yes, so you have 10 minutes. It's currently
No,
9:54. So your time.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, thank you. So, hi everyone. My name is Kwame Ochiri. Forgive my color theme if it doesn't help the presentation. I choose it to support the message I'm trying to present today. It's a message of hope, healing, and then environmental consciousness, right? So the topic is, are we having debt traps or growth paths, right? And we are trying to decode Africa's fiscal future using data. Now, we ask, please, is it moving?
No.
Oh, okay. So we want to know, can the data help us chart a path where fiscal sovereignty for Africa and developmental ambition coexist sustainably in Africa's future? And the presentation is going to cover 6 main sections. For our problem statement, the analysis seeks to identify the drivers of Africa's debt situation, examine the relationships between these indicators, identify the sustainable debt management strategies, and then propose evidence-based actionable policies. So there should be evidence-based and there should be actionable recommendations that will balance the developmental needs with fiscal responsibility for African governments. And these are the objectives that I just read. That's the problem that we now. All this debt issue, this debt cycle has implications on our SDGs from SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 16, right? And these further highlight the importance of this analysis. Now, I use the CRISP-DM framework for this analysis. The analysis approach covers the definition of a problem and the objective, which I've just stated, the preparation of the data, the analysis, the generation of the insights and recommendations. The data set had about 9 columns with spanning over from 1960 to 2025, but limited to 2000 to 2025 for analysis. Now, it covered only 14 out of 54 African countries, right, which was an issue. We had about 25 initial indicators, after which I added a few. We had 5 unique units of measure. And then some of the frequency, okay, I'll get there. Now, the crisis in numbers, right? The average debt to GDP ratio is about 20.7%. That is over the period. The average revenue to GDP ratio stands at a lowly 12.18%. We see the gap. And African countries have had an average budget surplus of about 5.2 billion over the period. Now, 8 out of 14 countries with interest rates have interest rates higher than GDP rates, right? And we'll see the effect of that later. And we have 3 countries currently facing moderate to high debt to GDP levels, which are indicators of debt crisis. Now, for initial cleaning, the indicators, as we said, there were about 25 indicators. Now they were in one column, so they had to be pivoted. Same indicators were measured in different frequencies across countries, so everything was annualized. They were measured, some were measured in millions, some were measured in billions, so that was also corrected. And then Kenya and South Egypt's values were, their fiscal years end in June, right? And so it will present a misleading picture because half of one year is in another year. So we had to take action to get the man-specific values before. And then given that some of the variables were measured in home currencies, we had to translate them to USD at the closing rates, as I yesterday's rates, to be able to have a common baseline for our analysis. Now, there were a couple of outliers across our metrics: South Africa 10, Ghana 6, Egypt 8. Now, none of them were dropped, mainly because we had limited data, 1, and then 2, wanted to ensure that our analysis reflects the reality, the differences in the African countries as much as possible, so that the recommendations will be actually actionable. Now, due to the number of variables, we plotted the correlation first to identify which columns may be of interest, and then we'll take our analysis thereof. Now, we noted that the strongest positive correlation with government debt was tax revenue, followed by revenue itself, which will give the same information to a large extent. We have capital expenditure following unemployment rates and then real GDP. Now, negative correlations, we had GDP per capita, we have budget deficit or surplus, and then we had GDP growth rate, which suggested that increasing GDP growth rates and then GDP per capita will help us reduce our government debt. Now, average debts per country were about 33.87 billion. The average nominal GDP was just about, the average was ranged between 104 billion, right? That was the main average. Now, this is quite sad because Africa hosts about 30% of the world's mineral deposits. As such, we would have been expecting a higher value. Now, real GDP averaged around 88.93 billion, with revenues also averaging around 11.66 billion, right? So we compare our average debt of about 33.87 to our revenue and then average revenue, and then we see the gap. And this is also reflected in our budget deficit or surpluses of 5.42 billion. Now, analysis. Here, we see that government debt in Africa has been on the rise since 2000. For average debt to GDP ratio, it declined up to 2010 and then has been on a steady increase since then. Now, which African countries are at risk? So I defined a kind of a measure just to, based on like the economics would say, just to see which countries are at risk, right? So we see Togo approaching high risk, South Africa also in there with 38.6 debt to GDP ratio. Sorry, I want there. And then we have generally, and then we have Nigeria and then Ghana also following. These countries have to take immediate fiscal measures to make sure that their debt to GDP ratios are not getting anywhere. Now, what's the relationship between our budget surplus and then government debt? We see that as the surplus increases, which means that the deficit is decreasing, our government debt also decreasing, right? That means that countries may strive to increase their budget surpluses and decrease deficits. Now, what about expenditure to revenue ratios as compared to government debt, right? Where you compare your expenditure over your revenue. Now we see that there's a 75% correlation between those who had higher expenditure than revenue, between those and then their debt, right? This suggests that countries, now we see that countries with persistent deficits had higher debt growth rates as compared to those with balanced budgets. Now, we also see that their average government debt is relatively higher than those with balanced budgets, right? Suggesting that they should try to keep their expenditure within their revenue values. Now, how is the revenue situation like? Now, we see that countries generally with higher revenue, based on higher revenue, generally have high or manageable debt service ratio, with the exceptions of South Africa and then Ghana, which were also flagged as countries with potential issues, right? Now, this is quite concerning here, that is an unexpected pattern that high revenue countries have higher debt service ratios than low revenue countries. Now, this may be an issue because of the limitations of our data, so it warrants further investigation. Now, our GDP growth rate to our debt to GDP. Now we see that overall debt to GDP increases as GDP growth rate increases, which is unexpected. So we break down by country, and then we see that some of the country data are misleading. As such, we will take this as inconclusive. That is to say that GDP growth rate does not necessarily increase with lead to increases in debt to GDP. Now, relationship between government debt and then the capital expenditure ratio. We see that as the capital expenditure ratio increases, government debt decreases, suggesting that countries may want to invest in capital expenditure to rake in the future benefits. Now, debt to GDP ratios, to what extent do inflation mask the real situation? Now, we see that when we calculate debt to GDP ratios using nominal inflation, we have 20.27 compared to real GDP of 23. Now, this suggests that real GDP, real debt situation is masked by using nominal values. As such, you may want to measure by real values. Please, how many seconds do I have? Now, we also see that as the difference between interest rates and debt growth in GDP increases, government debt also increases. As such, countries may want to minimize the gap between these by making sure that their GDP grows to match the growth in debt and growth in interest rates. Now, what have we learned? We've learned that average African revenue which stands at 12.18%, is less than the OECD average of 38%. Togo, South Africa, and Nigeria face potential risk. A key driver of government debt is capital expenditure, and it may also be our key to success. Now, persistent deficits is also a key driver because we borrow to fund the surpluses. Now, debt accumulates faster when GDP is less than the interest growth rate. And then countries with higher ratios of capital debt to total expenditure have lower long-term debt to GDP ratios. Now, increased revenue, GDP per capita, and capital expenditure are key to debt sustainability. Now, recommendations: countries must commit to their revenue targets and then target revenue system efficiency to ensure that they implement revenue enhancement programs, widen the revenue map, and then target a high percentage of tax to GDP levels. Now, they should also aim for zero-based budgets, right? So that there are no deficits that you have to fund with debt. Now, we have to establish credible reform frameworks to facilitate initiatives to restructure and refinance debt, like Ghana's debt restructuring and debt forgiveness activities since 2022. Now, import-dependent countries also have to implement measures to promote exchange rate stability and then hedge risk. I think Bank of Ghana is doing the same in 2025, so that at least the risk of exchange rate spiraling out of control and then increasing your interest payments will be lower. Now, countries should also conduct mandatory debt sustainability analysis before new borrowings and also explore debt for development swaps. Now, the public financial management framework sets out specific borrowing limits, right? So countries may implement these legal reforms and then get that done. Now, all these tie back to capital expenditure, right, with high return on investment, which will boost production in the long run and then provide avenues for more revenue to increase the surpluses. Now, limitations, the data, as we said, represents only 14 out of 54 African countries. Now, some of the contradictory results and data have to be investigated further, and then we'll have to collect more data to be able to build a proper predictive model, because some of the variables have negatives for some countries. Now, the debt cycle is an interaction between a lot of factors, so there's no one factor to target. However, we'll have to have strategic targeted capital investments to ensure that we are planning for the long term, right? So essentially, try to improve revenue generation in the short term, and set rates, the limits beyond which you will not invest further. Yeah, thank you. That should do it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Kwame. So just 2 minutes above time. Thank you, Kwame. We're going to take questions now from the judges. Yes, Danny, please go ahead.
On your observation and insight slide, maybe you can show it.
Can you come again?
Yeah.
Can you come again?
Can you back to the slide? Observation and insight.
Which one? Here.
Insights.
Here?
Insights.
Okay.
Up, then up. Observation and insight.
Yeah, here.
Up.
Here.
Go up.
Go up. Go up. Yes. Go up. Go up. Go up. Yes, go up.
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 Yes.
Observation and insight. Okay. Maybe I'm directed to my question. That on your observation and insight, you said there is a strong correlation with the government debt. Yeah, this one. How did you ensure that you are not misinterpretation correlation as the causality? Because
Yes,
you only
so
talk only correlation in this slide.
yeah, so I think subsequently, during the subsequent analysis, we show the relationships between both, and then detail, like say specifically how there's not only the correlation, we look at how the relationships between the variables are looking at the country level as well to be able to do it. So effectively, by doing that, we are looking at it in 2 ways, so that we not only rely on the correlation for our decisions.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Kwame.
All right.
Thank you very much, Danny. Any other question from any of the judges?
Yes, I will go. So Kwame, very well done. Thank you. Good business overview. So I'd like to understand a little bit more technical, if I may. So if we stay on this slide at the moment, so the data structure and quality seems to be a little bit inconsistent. Okay, so how did you handle the outliers in the revenue data?
All right,
Did you
so
do Windsorize, transform, or did you exclude them completely?
all right, so number one, given the data limitations, the initial bias was to leave them in, but for the ones that were too extreme, I just looked up the actual data to confirm that what we have in the data reflected that, and then majority of them were within the same range. So as such, no further actions were taken on them for now. However, some of them will be looked into further, because when you break them down by country, you see that they are all within range. There are barely any outliers. Yeah.
And did you test for any roots in your time series data before running your correlations?
Did I test for, can you come again?
For any unit roots or stationarity in your time series data?
I did not plot it as a time, so I just plotted the year level data. So
Okay.
that did not come in here.
Okay, and then there was something else. I think if you go to your last slide, I just want to ask on your methodology. So what baseline scenario assumptions are you using for the GDP growth projections when assessing the debt sustainability?
All right. So I created a measure, right, based on the movement in the GDP growth rate. And then that is to be compared to the growth in the interest rates, right? The baseline beyond which, like, so as the gap increases, then you know that you are facing a crisis. So the GDP growth rate must also always be compared with the interest rates growth, right? To be sure that we are not having any gaps that we'll have to finance with a deficit.
And then during this time period, do you think COVID had an impact at all?
Yes, yes, to a large extent. However, that's actually one of the limitations of our data. It did not factor in completely, like reflect what the economic shocks that some of these were presented came with, right? For example, Ghana's decline in FX was also not necessarily reflected. And so that's one limitation of our data.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Right. All right.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Oluwatosin, please go ahead.
Yes, a wonderful presentation, Kwame. I'm going to touch on your recommendations, one of your recommendations. You mentioned that African countries, or Ghana specifically, to aim for a zero-based budgeting. You know, it is on paper, it is very, very easy. But I would like to know how you want to achieve this, because you didn't speak about it. You did not talk about anything on revenue modification, or maybe something around how African countries could, achieve this. Probably you could touch on this, please.
All right, that's fine. So I think the first one, agreed that it is incredibly difficult given the economic realities to say that you are doing a zero-based budget at this, especially given the revenue generation rates, right? However, what we are saying is that we can make the current systems more efficient to be sure that we are collecting as much as possible. We are closing all the loopholes, right? Number two is that we broaden the tax base to rake in as much of the informal sector as possible. I think Ghana is doing something similar by widening and reducing the VAT rate and then increasing the threshold so that more people can come into the system. Now, by closing the loopholes, we are also talking about legal enforcement mechanisms, right? That will improve tax compliance. So we are talking about education on one side and then punitive measures for those that do not those that do not comply, right? And then the other is fiscal discipline, where you are making sure that you are spending on the areas that matter, right? So I think Ghana cut off fuel allowances for some of the public sector. However, like little drops here and there, and you see that you are making significant gains step by step. So one, strong legal environment, right? The institutions have to work. The anatomy of a field economy. Institutions have to work so that then you are sure that people who default are going to be brought to book, and then we are going to secure our revenue in the long term, right? So getting the zero-based budget is a medium to long-term goal. In the short term, improve efficiency, close the gaps, rake in more people, and then invest strategically and deliberately, and then we should be good to go. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Oluwatosin. Adejoju, please go ahead.
Okay, hi Kwame. Thank you for your presentation and well done. I think mine is a comment, and I think I'm just gonna write off of Tosin's comment. And I think maybe this also goes for the other participants that are probably listening to this, right? When you are dealing with a data analysis or insight generation endeavor, when you provide recommendations, right? Recommendations are supposed to be fueled by insights that you have gotten from, first of all, the information you're able to extract from the data that you have been given, alongside contexts that you're able to get about that subject matter. So I think I'll just implore that next time, or maybe for everyone, for going forward as well, Sometimes when you want to provide recommendations, you can decide on telling us that, okay, based on this sample size, maybe we're talking about countries now, I can say, okay, I want to limit this to Nigeria. After I've gone through the data set and all of that, I want to limit what I learned from this, how if we apply it to Nigeria, and based on my knowledge of the Nigerian economy, you can then benchmark some of those recommendations so that it comes across as realistic. So it's not enough to just write recommendations and all of that. I wanted to mention that zero-based thing, but then Tosin had mentioned it as well. But all in all, fantastic work. And I like how your insight was very easy to follow along. So it was clear, it was concise. Maybe next time, a little less of a lot of the wordings, right? So, and you were also reading them. So again, maybe make it more visually appealing in terms of just using images or visualizations to capture those points, and then you can expound on them so that we're not reading alongside with you. But overall, it was clear, it was explicit, it was very directional. But around the recommendations, and this goes for everyone as well, let's get information from the data, understand it, benchmark it as much as possible with our understanding of that topic in a broader environment, or limit the insight to a sample size, and then we'll use it to validate our recommendation. I hope that's clear. Yeah?
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
All right. Overall, well done.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adejoji, and thank you, Kwame, for a fantastic presentation. So we're going to be moving on to the next presenter. I'm sure we've been having fun so far. I know for one that I have been having fun. The next presenter is Frederick Loveday. Frederick on the call. Frederick Loveday. Okay, great. So we have Frederick on the call. So Frederick, please turn on your camera so we can spotlight you. Good to see you again. Nice to be back. So I'm sure you've been able to sort out every issue you had the last time. So you can try sharing your screen now so we can get you started. Like previously, you have 10 minutes. And if you extend beyond 10 minutes, of course, that's going to affect your score at the end of it all. Please pull up your screen so we can get your timer started.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Absolutely. So you have 10 minutes and your time starts now.
Okay. So good day, everyone. My name is Lovely Frederick, and I'll be presenting on the unraveling African sovereign debt crisis, part 2, sustainability. So my data analysis workflow involved data cleaning and preparation, exploratory analysis, risk assessments, modeling, insights, and recommendation. So while I was cleaning this data, I had 4 questions in mind, which you'll be seeing in a while. So the crisis and my mission for my analysis, I figured that Africa's debt crisis isn't just about numbers, it's about survival. Nigeria spent 2.3 times its revenue. Egypt spent 75% of revenue to debt service. 300 people were affected by climate disasters in 2020. 300,000 people were affected by climate disasters in 2023. And so I decided, my first question was, who is at risk of this? What countries are at risk of this sovereign debt crisis? And as you can see from my analysis, we say that I picked 6 countries. This is because these were the 6 countries that had enough data for me to analyze on this. So from the heat map, you can see that Nigeria is spread across all dimensions. climate disasters trigger emergency spending. It has minus 132 deposit, forcing more borrowing. 70% of its infrastructure is spent on this vicious cycle. If you look at Rwanda, for instance, you can see that it has 100%. By looking at the fiscal deficit severity. So from this chart, you can see that Nigeria has a minus 132% average fiscal deposit. Egypt has a minus 62%. Ghana has less than both Egypt and Nigeria. And you will note, and from my analysis, I discovered that Nigeria spends $2.3 for every $1 earned. Egypt spends $1.60 for every $1 earned. South Africa and Ghana have a minus 20 to minus 40% average deficit, which is really, really good. At least they are trying compared to Nigeria and Egypt. So from I decided to look, I went on to look at the chronic deficit pattern. So if you look at the chronic deficit pattern, you notice that for 11 years, if you look at the chronic deficit pattern, you notice that South Africa has a 100% deficit rate for the past 11 years, closely followed by Nigeria and Ghana at 10 out of the 11 years. Then we have Togo at 8, and then Egypt at 7. So if you look at this, you will notice these problems are structural. And then I went on I moved on to my next question. Is it getting worse? So for my analysis, we discovered that during the pandemic, looking at Nigeria, during the pandemic, Nigeria had greater than minus 150% average fiscal deposits. Post-pandemic, it had a minus 202% average fiscal deposit, and pre-pandemic, it had about minus 90% average fiscal deposit. But if you look at Egypt, you will discover that pre-pandemic, Egypt had a minus 77% average fiscal deposit. Post-pandemic, it had a minus 55% average fiscal deposit. But when you compare the graph, you will discover that Egypt is doing better post-pandemic than during the pandemic. But if you look at Nigeria, Nigeria is doing worse post-pandemic than during the pandemic era. So I decided to go deeper and research why, and I discovered that it's because of inflation and the insecurity that Nigeria is currently facing. So I went on. So I moved on to my next question: what drives this crisis? So if you look at my charts, my revenue generation capacity from 2015 to 2024, you will discover that the annual revenue growth rate of Ghana is highest with a 27.4% revenue growth rate, Rwanda at 24.7%, Togo at 13.1%, Nigeria at 9.9%, and Egypt with South Africa at negative revenue growth rates. So I move on to the fiscal discipline. Is revenue growing faster than spending? I discovered that looking for my chart, you can see that Nigeria's revenue is growing. In fact, Nigeria's spending is growing faster than its revenue, that's why it's negative. It's at red. Same thing goes for Egypt. I didn't find anything on Togo, but on Ghana, we can see that Ghana's revenue is growing faster than its spending, and Rwanda's revenue too is growing faster than its spending. So I decided to look at the correlation of the fiscal deposit with the GDP growth and inflation. So from this, you can see that as the fiscal deposit increases, it causes higher inflation. And for Egypt, for Nigeria, you can see it causes higher inflation. For Egypt, as you can see, as the GDP to fiscal deposits reduces, it causes lower inflation. In fact, comparing them, you will discover that as the GDP to fiscal deposits reduces, it causes lower inflation like that. So as the GDP to fiscal deposits reduces, it causes lower inflation. So I decided to plot a cycle, and for my analysis, I noticed that climate disasters causes emergency spending, which causes bigger deficits, more borrowing, higher debts, and less climate adaptation. So I moved on to my next question: what works? Learning from the success of these countries. So if you look at Rwanda, for instance, from here, you will notice that Rwanda has a 95% revenue mobilization, 85% spending discipline, 100% infrastructure efficiency, 70% debt management, and their economy is doing very well compared to Nigeria that has a 30% revenue mobilization, 10% spending discipline, 30% infrastructure efficiency, and 20% debt management. So in summary, for Nigeria and Egypt, I think we should implement immediate significant cuts to non-essential spending, broad-based tax reforms, and revenue diversification. The government should prioritize debt transparency, renegotiate terms, avoid new non-concessional borrowing, and they should coordinate fiscal and monetary policies to convert inflation tax and stabilize the economy. For resilient economies like Rwanda and Ghana, government should maintain robust revenue mobilization and strict expenditure control, rigorously evaluate return of investment of new borrowing, prioritize concessional finance, strengthen debt sustainability and frameworks, continuously enhance spending efficiency and expand revenue streams. So my data limitations and future directions. For my data, I noticed spending details gap, currently and frequency inconsistencies, external data completeness. I had to use external data for some of my assumptions. So for the future data enrichment, I suggest to integrate more detailed spending breakdown to assess impact and efficiency, incorporate debt service ratio, lender profiles, and maturity structure for a complete vulnerability picture, socioeconomic impacts, correlate fiscal trends with human development indicators like poverty, healthcare access for a broader understanding of policy effects. So Africa debt crisis. So for my analysis, I came to the conclusion that Africa debt crisis is solvable, but action must be taken now. The three pillars are discipline, learn from Rwanda's exemplary fiscal management, diversification, learn from Ghana's strong revenue mobilization, transparency, make data-driven decisions accessible to all stakeholders. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very, very much, Frederick. So, of course, you were beyond time by over 2 minutes. We're going to take questions now from the judges. So please, judges, if you have a question, just use the raise hand icon so I can call them. Yes, Danny, just go ahead.
Frederick, in your recommendation slide, you categorize the country into critical and resilient. So what is a quantitative criteria that you use to differentiate these groups?
Sorry, please can you repeat?
Yeah, in your recommendation slide,
yes,
you classified into two groups, the country into critical and resilient. Is it right?
Yes.
Yes. So my question is, what quantitative criteria that you use to differentiate these groups?
Okay, so it was from the data. I used the fiscal indicators to differentiate the groups.
So if you related to the quantitative score, nation, what is the resilient in terms of the numbers, in terms of a quantitative criteria?
For what?
For each classification. This is where is the critical and where is the resilient? What the number you want to show it to differentiate both this category?
Okay, sorry, let me find the charts. So I'll walk.
Yes.
Okay, is this chart you are talking about?
Yeah. Then can you explain it?
Okay, so you can, as you can see from this chart, you can see that Ghana has a very high income to close a very high income to average revenue growth. So I use the average revenue growth to determine this, and actually the highest is 100%, and the lowest can go to minus, depending on what's in the data, it can go to minus anything.
Okay, that's all. Is there any additional explanation from you?
Okay, that's all. That's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Back to Aisosa. Back to you, Aisosa.
Thank you very much, Danny. Michelle.
Thank you. So, Frederick, thank you for your presentation. May you go to your breaking the cycle slide, please, if you don't mind. But I think you will, while you get there. So was there any intervention point that you picked up that is most effective to get Rwanda in the state they are now? Because in your conclusion slide, you said Rwanda was in a good position.
Yeah, my conclusion slide, I said Rwanda was in a good position because they have a 95% revenue mobilization. Their spending discipline is higher than most countries. From this graph, you can see, and their infrastructure efficiency is at 100%. Their debt management is also at 70%. So they are doing better than most countries based on the data.
And what would your guidance be to a finance minister of a country on how they should break the cycle? What should they focus on first? And is there any innovation or technology that could help with it?
Okay. What I would advise any minister or any finance minister is, okay, they should focus less. They should focus less on borrowing. They should work on their spending discipline, meaning they should not stop spending on irrelevant things, and they should focus on their debt management. And if you look at Nigeria, for instance, Nigeria mostly imports oil, and Nigeria mostly imports oil. And that's one of the reasons that its economy is facing a lot of issues for my data. And you will also see that it spends $2.3 for every $1 revenue, meaning it's spending higher than its revenue. But Rwanda, on the other hand, doesn't spend higher than its revenue. That's why it's doing better. So I would advise any finance minister to not spend higher than their revenue. They should work with their allocated revenue instead of borrowing and all of that.
I think most of us should do that, right? Spend spend less. And then if I can ask you, just on your classification and methodology slide, where you did the summary of your policy recommendations.
Yes.
So how did you determine which country falls into critical versus resilient? What was your data points?
Okay, so I used, it was mostly for my charts. I got which country was falling into critical versus resilient. For instance, if you look at all the charts I've gotten so far, you discover that mostly Nigeria and Egypt are doing pretty bad, especially for instance, in the fiscal discipline. You discover that Nigeria and Egypt are doing bad compared to countries like Ghana and Rwanda. So that's where I do the conclusion for my critical, for my summary of critical nations, resilient nations. And if you look at the data too, you will discover that Rwanda and Ghana have high discipline, that they have higher economic discipline than most other countries, which means that they spend less than their, which means that they don't spend more than their revenue. So yeah, so that's where I got the critical nations and the resilient nations.
Thank you. And just my last question, what tools did you use for your analysis and your visualization?
Okay, for my visualization, I used Google Scholar. I use Python, Matplotlib, and NumPy using Google Scholar. And I was able to ask the Gemini AI there to help me run some analysis on insights that personally I didn't understand. For instance, I had to research on fiscal fiscal deficits. I had to research on inflation, all these economic stuff. I had to research on them to better understand them and then better understand my data. So these were the tools. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you for the presentation, Frederick. Great work. So we're going to be moving on to the next presenter now, and we're going to try to be a bit faster. So for judges, especially in terms of questions, let's see how we can try to keep our questions to a minute, just so we can take more presenters within a short amount of time. And please also, judges, don't forget to insert your scores. Please don't forget to fill the sheet. Very, very important, because of course we're seeing that some of us are yet to do that. Please, let's get that done, and we really, really appreciate you. Do we have FA on the call? We have FA on the call. And Frederick, you can stop sharing now. Okay, great. So we have FA. So FA, please go ahead and turn on your camera so we can spotlight you. So I just asked you to unmute. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation, 10 minutes. Know that if you go beyond time, that's going to affect your scoring as well due to time management. So please take note of that. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So you can pull up your screen and then we can get your timer started.
Just a minute.
Great. You
Can
can
you see my
begin.
screen?
Yes.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, you can begin.
Okay. Good. Hello, everybody. My name is Efe Godson Akobasa, and for the already established topic, we'll be covering unraveling Africa's sovereign debt crisis, paths to sustainability. So this is going to be a data-driven analysis of fiscal trends and economic pressures from 2014 to 2024 based on the data set that we were given. So for an introduction, we are well aware that Africa has African sovereign African nations have a huge debt crisis. According to the United Nations Trade and Development Agency, debt in Africa has risen to about 182% since 2010. So that's quite a significant figure. And the increase is seen to almost have been 4 times faster than the region's GDP growth in dollar terms. And the UNCTAD also reports that African countries spend an average of 14.8% of their export earnings on external debt servicing. That simply means that everything they are getting from, all the revenue they are getting from exports, 14% of it. So imagine you're getting a 100K, 14% of 100K would go to servicing debt. And because the debt is so long, this goes on continually for a long period of time. So this matters because debt is growing faster than economic capacity. So how are you going to run an efficient system when debt is going out of hand? And debt servicing is carrying as essential investment. So money that you'd have used to invest in the economy, invest in sustainable ventures, is going to debt servicing. And the fiscal space is tightening across the region. So for this presentation, it's going to cover fiscal pressures across African countries, and by fiscal pressures, I mean debt pressures, and how revenue and spending trends, how they shaped debt, how interest rates play into the entire dynamic, and finally, growth patterns and climate vulnerability. So to put the analysis into context, you have to understand the range of data that we had access to. So the data covers from 1960 to 2025, although there are greater observations for some countries. So you see that like South Africa has 56, South African Ivory Coast has 56 observations across different indicators overall. So the data was, the frequency was demarcated into the yearly, monthly, and quarterly categories in terms of amounts, and has like condensed all of those into a yearly value so that we'll be able to see everything with a yearly trend and able to measure and compare across values. And considering that all the countries within the data set had data from 2014 to present, so it was consistent. So I had to put down 2014 because we're able to compare, and it's because to be statistically wrong to compare with different time periods. Now, some things stand out when you are looking at the debt crisis. At the very top of it, we have the budget deficit or surplus. So this is the key thing that is the key anchor to see how well a country is doing in terms of managing its revenue and its earnings. So a deficit to mean that it's spending more than it's spending. And in this situation, you can see that countries like Ghana and Nigeria spend significantly more than they earn. So, and that was for a 10-year period. So the percentage change over the 10-year period enables us to know how well they've done in these 10 years. Because if you actually want to change something, you actually have to first start by understanding where we are at. And the balance deficit or surplus is greatly influenced by revenue and expenditure. So we'd see that countries like Ghana have spent a whole lot on revenue, and the percentage in change of revenue has increased significantly over the years, and also in terms of expenditure over the 10-year periods that the analysis covers. And you notice that for countries like Nigeria, although the expenditure has increased significantly, the revenue from Nigeria is still significantly low from the chart that I can see there. So when you look through these two indicators, you can compare for fiscal pressure graphs across all the countries. So it shows how much faster spending grew compared to revenue. So you see for countries like Nigeria, I recorded the widest fiscal pressure gap in the region, showing that spending grew significantly way more than revenue. So you are seeing that it's at 183% over the last 10 years. And countries like Ivory Coast and Kenya, they record moderate gaps over the decade. So for Togo, it's 0 because from the data, it shows that spending and expenditure were at the same level. So interest rates are another important factor to understand the sovereign debt crisis because they shaped the cost of borrowing. So if borrowing is more expensive, individuals and industries, they would shy away from borrowing because of the high level of interest they'll have to pay back for borrowing, and it affects the economy, and it affects progress on poverty reduction and decent work. So when you look at the percentage change of interest rates over the year, you notice that countries like Angola, they've had a very significant rise in interest rates, and countries like Botswana, Togo, they've been able to reduce their interest rates. But the thing with reducing interest rates is that it affects inflation. Then economic growth and productive capacity also plays a huge role in determining sovereign debt and influencing sovereign debt rather. So we can see the 10-year change in real GDP. So real GDP calculates the growth of the company after they've accounted for inflation. So they take our inflation from the calculation to know how well the economy is actually doing. And you see that countries like Ethiopia, Rwanda, Ivory Coast have shown significant progress. Countries like Rwanda show strong long-term growth and innovation because of the investments that they are making into their city. So Kigali, Cote d'Ivoire is doing is expanding their infrastructure in Abidjan and upgrading health facilities to support growth momentum. GDP growth rates. Then finally, 10-year change in unemployment. So the 10-year trend in unemployment shows that countries like Nigeria, South Africa, they have a significant, more so in Nigeria, they have a significant increase in unemployment rate. So you see that over the past 10 years, unemployment has risen by 187% in Nigeria. And what this does is that the more people are unemployed, the more pressures is on government budget. How unemployment reduces government income and increases the need for government support. Climate vulnerability and fiscal pressures all also play into this. So the World Meteorological Organization reports that climate shocks reduce 2.5% of GDP in many African countries. So flood in Nigeria, in Mozambique, droughts in Kenya and Ethiopia, all these natural disasters, they also consistently eat into the budgets of these African countries. So we get to see through all of these patterns that on a grand scale, on a systemic scale, there are a lot of things wrong with the management of and flow of money in these countries. So what the data shows in relation to the SDGs is that as these countries are not able to pay these debts and all, it affects different areas of their lives. And as per the SDG, we're trying to enable sustainable development, it becomes difficult. For SDG 1, SDG 3, they cannot provide proper education or healthcare, and poverty goes on the rise. So the limitations from these analysis is that the data covers across different countries. So comparison relies on strong historical records. Some indicators use mixed unit formats and they require careful cleaning for consistency. And social indicators such as health, education, and labor, they have limited availability across the data set. The analysis is also largely descriptive and it's not causal. So it just shows patterns and relationships rather than direct causation. So as recommendations from the data, it will be essential to reduce the revenue and spending gaps of countries like Tanzania and strengthen fiscal stability, improve revenue mobilization, monitor the impact of high interest rates in countries, and strengthen data governance all over the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, FA. Just a few seconds beyond time. Thank you for the presentation. So we're going to take questions now from the judges. If you have a question, just use the raise hand icon. I think Jojo, I saw your hand was raised earlier. I don't know if you had a question.
Well,
okay.
I wanted to tell the presenter to put his presentation in slideshow. I think maybe I don't know whether I was using two screens or something. It wasn't in slideshow from my view, and I think it was taken away from my ability to actually look at the content well. But I also didn't want to disrupt his flow, so I was raising my hand and I was hoping that it would see it then.
Okay, okay, all right then, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have a question for FA? Does anyone have a question? Yes, Danny.
Yeah, if I have one question. What if your analysis is 100% statistical correct, but 0% adopted by policymaker? Is it successful? How would you redesign it?
Okay, so if the analysis is 100% correct and not adoptable by policymakers, it is not successful because the analysis just shows the problem. So policymakers will then decide to use the information from the analysis to make decisions. Now, one major problem that was discovered from the data itself was there was a lot of inconsistency in reporting. So one way policymakers could use the data to make decisions would be, at first, to ensure that there's a consistent and comparable system to gather data and do analysis, so that they are able to use the information they get from the analysis to move ahead. And they can also include other microeconomic factors, household information, individual bio information, to monitor micro trends and forge ahead with policies that actually make an impact and policies that they can actually measure. Because a lot of problems with these things is that they leave a lot of policies and a lot of projects, but they fail in areas of measurement. And because these things are done at scale, you really can't blame them. So this is why data analytics needs to, be taken forefront in the industry, and the government passed it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eve. Thank you, Effie.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I have a question, or maybe it's a comment. And I think maybe, again, your presentation was making me think, and I'm saying, from your perspective, how do you think countries like government in countries like Ethiopia, Egypt, Nigeria can strengthen data governance?
So how do I think we can strengthen data governance? Yeah. It's basically, so now there are systems and there are rules set in place in like in the industry, in the data industry, in terms of data governance. So these would outline things like who has access to data, how the data is stored, how the data is managed, and for what purpose it is used for. So this would have to leverage on technical capabilities and capabilities of the policymakers. First off, to know the kind of data they're going to collect, and technical capabilities to know where they are hosting the data to make the decision. And then going a step further, I will be centralizing all of it. Because when everything is centralized, you're able to compare and contrast and say, oh, this is working well for Ethiopia, this is working well for Zimbabwe. Oh, we should adopt this in Nigeria. It will work quite well for us. So that is a way they can do it. But it would require significant technical infrastructure. Yes.
It's not quite how I'm thinking about it, but I think I'll just drop it. But well done generally for putting together this presentation.
Well, could you just tell me in a sentence how you were thinking about it?
So when you say strengthen data governance cross-country comparability, so countries like Ethiopia can learn from each other through regional cooperation. Again, I think when we are, I don't want to take a lot of time, but when we are looking at data governance, let's say Ethiopia, for example.
Yes.
It would be that we are trying to understand the issues that they are having around how they are leveraging data and managing data and being able to use the power that they can get from their data at the scale of a country, meaning data generated from different sectors, right? Then they would then have to have some form of framework that will guide how they want to keep data, use data, and all, interact with data.
Yes. And there are existing frameworks like this.
Okay, yes. So when you then also said for the countries to be able to sort of leverage maybe what we are doing in Nigeria, if I read that sentence again, comparability so that countries like Ethiopia can learn from each other through regional. I'm just struggling to sort of see how it also ties into the problem. So, for example, the way we will want to...
Time is limited.
Yes, which is why I didn't want to go into all of this. The way we will do data governance in Nigeria...
I can quickly just answer that in the sense that when we implement, why do we need data to inform decision making? When we implement these policies are implemented through programs and structures, like programs. So let's say you wanted to do a program to empower the youth. You get a venue, you get the youth there, you have facilitators there, they teach, they share information, they get their information into a database, they give them sessions. So that is a system on its own, and that is an efficient system if you manage it properly. So if it was implemented in countries like, because now the data management system is where the nitty-gritty is now. So that's the devil is in the details of how well you manage the data, and how well you manage the data will also help you manage your operations to implement these programs. So when you see programs like this in other countries, and you see that other people are benefiting from it, you see that there are a lot of results. So you simply just go, you now have their data to see, okay, how did you make this information? Why were you now targeting only women in this geopolitical zone? Or why did you target only men in this geopolitical zone? Because you have their bio data, or you have the attendance data. You know how many people showed up for the program, how many people are interested in benefiting from the relief, and so on and so forth. So you can just compare results and you can use it to implement. Because if I tell you now, oh, I did this and I got from my data, you now start saying, oh, can I look at your data to see how it informed your decision? So now these are government levels. That's why I said huge technical capabilities. So we're talking AWS level. So you have very huge elaborate systems across all government parastatals, across all ministries, across all departments, and access level for security. You are anonymizing personal data, so on and so forth. So, but it has to be very complex. And I think that it's not necessarily complex, it doesn't necessarily be done at scale.
Okay, so that we don't keep everyone. So thank you for taking a stab at it. But I think I'm afraid you might be reducing the concept of data governance to data management and all of that. So I think let's not mix things up, right? Okay. Governance is basically around how you use your data, how you manage your data, the people, the processes you've developed around it. And then you then decide what technology allows you to support those processes. Frameworks, policies differ from region to region, right? For example, the things that will be people in the European side of things will be concerned with might be different from some of the things that will be critical to some African parts. And even within Africa, even within Nigeria. So the way things will be done in the UAE, for example, even how they read data, they read from a different direction and all of that. So I'm saying putting that blanket, maybe fundamentally the concept of governance, maybe we can learn from each other. But again, what I was struggling with is how it applies to what your problem statement was, but that's fine so that we don't keep everybody on the call. But thank you, well done, and thank you for trying to answer the question as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Adejoju, and thank you, Efe, and also Danny. Fantastic presentation. So we're going to be moving on. You can stop sharing now. We're going to be moving on to the next presenter, the next candidate. He just joined us a few seconds ago. That's Ishak. Hello, Ishak. You good to go? So I just asked you to unmute now, so you can unmute. Hello. Okay,
hello,
great.
Hi. Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. Of course, if you go above time or beyond time, that is going to impact your scoring. So please note that. So please watch the time. And okay, great. You're showing your screen already. So you can begin, and your time starts now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My beautiful judges and then handsome judges as well. Today, I'm excited to present on my findings. I have shared a link to the group chat now so that the rest who are joining can follow what I'm coming to present properly. Right, my name is Ishaq Mohammed, and yes, I'm here. So let's start. Imagine your salary goes up small every year, but your bills also go up fast, especially your rent, your transport, your school fees. Then one day your bank app just shows you that, hey, you're not just broke, but you're lagging behind. This is what is happening to a lot of African countries right now. The growth has been crawling, the debt has always been jogging. and inflation comes in like a bully and then just slaps the recovery out of our hands. And the scary part is the world is not waiting for us to catch up. There's always something going on with the Trump trade war with China, with the Ukraine, and then the Russia war, with the COVID-19, right? We can't catch a break as Africa. Already the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development reported that the Suez Canal ship transits in June 2024 were down about 70% compared to December 2023. So today I'm going to tell you a story. The dashboard I have here uses 23 indicators across 14 countries from 2010 to 2024. Here's the headline. Debt. We are trying to unravel African sovereign debt crisis. We've seen that debt has outpaced growth and inflation spikes crash recovery. We see a pattern in the dashboard here saying that there is a threshold, right, between approximately 55 to 60% debt to GDP ratio, where the growth starts struggling. We can see that the correlation is negative, right, with 0.61. So, okay, this means that as the debt ratio rises, the growth tends to what? Fall. How did we end up here? Let's go to the genesis. You can see in 2014, during the African rising season where our economy was booming, our oil prices exceeded $100 per barrel, right? Investors were optimistic, some countries also flying. You can see that in Nigeria, they hit approximately $546 billion in revenue in GDP in those years. And you can also see a very strong growth pocket around this region. This period made governments comfortable. The lenders were also comfortable. Investors were more comfortable, way too comfortable. Now there's a saying that goes, when the music changes, the dance must also change. But the debt dance did not change on time. Fast forward to 2015 to 2019, which I call the debt trap. During this time, the growth cools down. Oil prices dropped. There were some significant shocks in the global economy, which also affected us, but we weren't really seeing. So what do you do when revenue is shaky and then the people still need services? You borrow. Borrowing is not evil, right? Debt is a tool, but the problem arises when debt becomes your lifestyle. Looking at South Africa and Egypt here, we can see that South Africa's debt to GDP ratio has risen from 31.2% in 2010 all the way to 77.3% in 2024, right? This is an increase of 46%. And also Egypt has tripled their debt in 13 years, right? All the way from 26.2 billion to 83.4 billion. And now moving on to 2020 to 2024, the heavy era where COVID hit, there was lockdown, it hits the supply chains, jobs, tourism, demands, global prices, all swings everywhere, right? And then there were also crises like the Red Sea crisis, where the Suez Canal, I think there was an issue with the Suez Canal where it delayed the trade route, it made for longer trade routes. There was a high spike in trade, trade prices during that year. So we can see that during this year, Nigeria is a very serious example, right? They removed fuel subsidies by their government in 2023, which increases fuel price by 300%. And in that year, inflation surged. You can see in 2023, inflation was about 24.5%. If we take off the GDP, we can see the inflation being 24.5% just in 2023 alone. This is, you can see the growth after the fuel subsidy by their government. And also at that same time, Ghana became another example. But during this time, our inflation in 2023 was about 40%, 40.3% because we're investing in certain areas that were not really profitable, that were not generating revenue to our country. Egypt is a way different type of story at all. It's a very different story. With Egypt, their financing, their need for financing and then their stress increased so much that in March 2024, the IMF had to give them about $8 billion in order to augment their program, their IMF program, right? This tied to a flexible exchange rate change and then what a stabilization plan. So when I say this is not a theory, I mean it, right? This is happening in what? In real time. But this is a part I want you to remember. This part, right? The debt to GDP threshold, right? The debt GDP to growth threshold, which is about 55 to 60%, right? This does not mean that when a country exceeds 60% debt threshold, it is a curse. No, it's just saying is that once the debt gets heavy, looking at the correlation to the growth, to the GDP growth, we see that it competes with development. The debt services start eating the budget. So instead of building schools, we are paying interest. Instead of buying medicines, we are what? Rolling over loans. And inflation makes it worse because inflation is a tax that nobody requested for or nobody voted for. Now, without much time, let me move on to the recommendations. So solutions, I'm going to be very direct. Africa now needs certain structured solutions. There is a hidden economy which we haven't really tapped. This economy, we see that most people now, especially small business, especially in Ghana, small businesses in Ghana, use the digital transfer, like digital money apps, like mobile money. But these apps are not taxed by the government. They are getting taxed, like MTN or the mobile money vendors are the ones getting taxed on, like those big corporations, they are the ones getting taxed. We don't tax the like the small what's it called, like the small businesses. So we need a digital tax infrastructure which would modernize tax administration systems to capture information economy activity. Kenya has already started this with the iTax system, which has increased compliance by 30%. And also, in an African context, it can increase our GDP revenue by 2.3%, by 2 to 3%. When we do this, we plug a hole in the revenue leak, right? Where revenue is leaking, because we are losing money from there. And also property tax. I, for one, in Ghana, I don't want to perjure myself, but I'll say I know somebody who has not paid property tax for years, right? Which is a very bad thing. Right now, I see Ghana putting digital addresses on some homes, which is a very good idea, but I think they need to go a step further and then use satellite imagery to map out these structures on the map. And when they do that, they can add a digital ID to those structures and then link it to like your Ghana card, which is now being digitized. So they can link it to your Ghana card, which has all your information. And when the time is up, they send you like, what's it called? Like they send you a notice that, hey, you have to pay your property tax, or they send you a USSD code to pay. And they have to have strict reforms on this. I would say some people say, oh, the taxing is harsh. But I'll say it's not just a tax that we do. The government needs to show that there is a benefit to it. So let's say those who pay the tax can have maybe faster business, they can have some faster business, business registration process. Those in the property tax, they can have maybe faster land searching process. There needs to be some reward that goes into it to incentivize the people to pay taxes. Also, resource rent optimization. Right now, I see that Nigeria is currently capturing about 45% extraction value compared to their 65% global benchmark. Ghana too is having some reforms now that is trying to capitalize on their natural reserves like the gold board now chasing all these gold exports and making sure that people pay when they come for these gold. Also, my second recommendation is the debt sustainability framework, right? We need to have some rules, some financial rules and legislations that ensure or that puts the 55% to 60% as a benchmark, so that the moment they see that their debt to GDP is passing 60%, they see that, oh, hey, we are in trouble. Looking at the projections by recommendation, we see that if we pass these reforms, let's look at the normal baseline projections. With a normal baseline projection, if you continue from where we are now, right, you continue with what we are doing, what we are currently doing without any changes, we are expected to reach about 66.5% debt to GDP, right, ratio. But if we choose the reform path, we can see that we are nearing almost 56.65%, which is a significant decrease in the normal baseline. And then if we see the
so I'm going to have to stop you here, Ishak. Okay, great presentation, but you are 2 minutes above 2 minutes beyond time already. So
no problem.
Yeah, good presentation. So we take questions from the judges. Does anyone have a question for Ishak? Danny, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a very good presentation from the data, but my basic question from your data you have, what are the root cause of sovereign debt accumulation in Africa, in your opinion?
Sorry, please, your voice is very low, so I can't really hear.
I'm asking about the root cause of the sovereign debt accumulation in Africa. Maybe you already find what is the root cause from the main problem in Africa?
Yes, so the root cause is the revenue. Revenue to the debt ratio is very high. So the root cause here is the revenue. We are not capitalizing on our revenue properly. So we don't really capture a lot of this, right? Like that's why one of the recommendations was to capture or plug where the revenue is leaking. That making sense? So that's, I think that should be the root cause according to these data sets.
So it's mainly because the revenue as the root cause. Is there
the revenue.
another parameter that impact to main problem in Africa?
Another parameter, inflation. Inflation as well, the inflation rates, right? When we see Africa spending, right, we realize that most of the time it's just imports. There is no exports. There's no exports. And the more you are importing, the more your currency gets weaker. And when your currency gets weaker, the exchange rates go higher. When the exchange rates go higher, it snowballs into global prices spiking when especially we are trading against the dollar. So the global the global prices are skyrocketing all the time, and they're making it even hard to even finance our debt, as well as even get money in the economy to stabilize the economy. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ishak.
You're welcome.
Thank you very, very much, Danny. Next, we have Oluwatosin. Please go ahead.
Well done, Ishak.
Yes.
In all of this, you never mention how what you're doing ties into the SDGs that we're looking towards. SDG 1, no poverty, and other SDGs. You were only speaking on the economic aspect, doing your analysis based on your economic value, nothing on social capital. How do you intend to tie these two ends together?
Okay, with the SGD, with poverty, we can see the correlation between between the country's debts and then poverty. What happens is that when the country is in debt, they need to, most of the time what people do is that they increase prices, inflation rate spikes. And when inflation rate spikes, things get harder in the country. Things get difficult, especially the food. Like when I mentioned the rent, food, what's it called? Transportation, all these are spiking. All these are going out of hand, but our salaries are only increasing slightly, right? So we are not getting enough money for, what's it called? We are not even getting enough money to even satisfy our basic needs, according to Abraham Maslow, which is more important for us to get. So if you're not satisfying our basic needs, how then can we be okay as a citizen, right? We are basically, like, we consider we are, how they say, I was sorry to say poor, use the word poor in the country.
Okay, thank you very much, Ishak. I believe Oluwatosin got your response. So we have Adejoju. Please go ahead.
Okay, well done, Isha.
Thank you, Ms. Adejoju.
Okay, well done. I wanted to ask quickly, right? You have maybe max a minute, right? What do you want us to go away with from your presentation, right? So if I were to ask you, these things, what do you want to be sticky at the end of the day? What's your main point, right? Communicate it to me in 1 minute. I know that you couldn't get to the end of your presentation, so please, I just want to, from your view, what should I leave this? What should I be left with after going through this presentation? Basically, that's what I wanted to ask.
Okay, so my main point here is this threshold, the debt to growth threshold, right? According to my analysis, it is between 55% to 60%, right? So when we look at this threshold, we can then build several reforms around this, especially with what I stated here, that there should be a rule, right? Which is not really a rule, but like an indicator that is checking if, let's say, the country's GDP to debt ratio is going above this 60% ratio. Because when you see that you reach 60%, you realize that the correlation is a negative correlation there, which is negative 0.61, which is that this is a very strong correlation with the debt to GDP ratio, and then what's it called? And then the growth rates of our countries, of the African continent, of the economy in the African continent.
Okay, thank you. So that means this report, the overarching takeaway is some form of analysis to monitor the debt threshold. So maybe Ministry of Finance or whatever, some African body, or if we have a central repo that deals with financial information, they can leverage your idea or how you've created this, is what I'm asking. Is that how you're thinking about it?
Yes, they can leverage this.
The overarching idea is to monitor debt threshold, and then when you monitor that, whatever information you get, the individual people can then use that information to make decisions around if they want to change policies, they want to, change what's called infrastructure, all of those things, right?
Yes.
All right,
yes.
Thank you.
So I use that to also got some recommendations here as well. So if you can see, I have like 4 recommendations, and each 4 has like several points that we need to look out for in those recommendations.
All right.
Yes, please.
All right, no problem. Thank you and well done.
Thank you too, Ms. Adejoju.
Thank you very much, Ishak. Fantastic work. Thank you so much. So you can stop sharing now while we move on to the next presenter. That is Michael. So we have Michael on the call. Michael, I'm gonna spotlight you. I'm also gonna ask you to unmute. Hey, good to go. Can you hear me? Are you good to go? Hello, Michael. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Fantastic. Yes, I can.
Sorry.
Great. Okay. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Please try to be within time. If you go beyond time, that's going to affect your scoring as well, because time management is one of the judging criteria. So you can pull up your screen so we can get your timer started.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, we can see your screen. You can begin.
All right, so good evening, judges, fellow participants, and everyone here. My name is Mike Rakom-Gansa. I'm presenting today. The goal is to unravel the African sovereign debt crisis. And we have the crisis overview dashboard where I had the data scope over 23,000 data points validated across 9 micro indicators. And we had 14 countries involved with 7 SDG linkages. With this dashboard, we had a projected value for the fiscal space creation to be 50 to 100 billion US dollars. That is after the implementation of the insights we're going to review. We had our critical indicators settled at 65.3, the debt growth penalty, the annual revenue gap, and then that of average tax. This is just an overview and a quick snapshot also of the fiscal landscape. So here we are looking at our debt hotspot for the 14 countries involved, where we are able to see the debt to GDP distribution. And from here, we can see that over 71% of the countries analyzed, in other words, 10 out of 14, are on persistent structural deficit, which is forcing continuous borrowing cycles. And with this snapshot, as we go further, we realize that for every $1 collected in revenue, 40 cents goes to immediately servicing past debt. And so these are the barriers to our sustainability analyzed across various fiscal metrics. And then we have the first one being fragmented fiscal data ecosystem. You have the weak revenue mobilization, persistent structural deficit, and rising debt service burden. So there is a framework. I called it FS because I built a system myself to enable me 10 days into an intelligence actionable insight. And the first had to do with the data cleaning, where I use pandas to validate the data set given. And then with the exploratory data analysis, I use the Jupyter Notebook, the visualization portal, and then I advanced analysis, use Skittling, and then that'll start. And I had to visualize the dashboard using HTML. And then, so the stack that I use is also shown. The stack that I use is shown. I think this is interrupting. Okay. The stack that I use is shown here. Quickly. So the first analysis we did was a multivariable analysis where we are looking at the fiscal data indications. The data we are looking at was a government debt, the GDP growth, inflation, unemployment, revenue, and then expenditure. And you can see if we take the first one, the correlation between debt and then debt and growth is sitting at negative 6.8. And this is a strong negative correlation that confirms that rising debt actively suppresses economic expansion rather than fueling it. If we look at the unemployment aspect, unemployment to debt, we are looking at positive 0.52. Again, this also indicates that higher debt burdens correlate with increased unemployment, and it goes on. So for this insight, it was so interesting that I had to also obtain some few economic data sets from IMF and World Bank database, just to see, because with the first point correlation, we realized how the debt is suppressing our economic expansion. I wanted to go further with that. And so I did the debt looking at the sovereign debt economic expansion, and with the 14 countries, you can see I plotted GDP growth against government debt, and it is interesting to note that the growth is strongly negative related, whereas the debt is increasing, the growth is decreasing. And here we can see only Botswana and few countries that are doing well, as against the IMF and the World Bank monetary sustainability threshold of 70%. We see these countries, including my own Ghana, trailing far behind, doing so well, with 1.8 average high debt growth rate, with 5.2% average low debt. Going fast track, where I analyze the structural deficit crisis, because if we are accumulating this debt, then there got to be some deficit. I did a fiscal balance between the revenue we are collecting and that of expenditure. And again, it is so interesting to note that only 3 out of the 14 Africa countries is doing surplus, are being surplus achievers, with Morocco just a marginal plus 4.0, and Rwanda doing so well plus 2.1, and Ghana, Egypt, and Kenya doing so bad. We had Ghana be given the widest gap, minus 15.2. And what is the impact? If you look at these 3 countries that are doing so bad, look at the debt trajectory just from 2010 through to 2024. And you can see Ghana, I prompted this because this insight was so critical. I see many of these African countries always are equating our bad performance to COVID-19. And it is interesting to know that right after the COVID-19, country like Rwanda is doing so well in terms of their debt to GDP growth. And they are doing between 45 to 23%. Whilst country like Ghana and that of Egypt, they are battling to be they are battling among themselves who is the best borrower. And this is affecting And so with this, Egypt and that of Ghana, they have crossed the threshold, which was set by IMF and then World Bank, because the threshold 70%, which is the straight line here, we can see Kenya trailing above it marginally, but that of Egypt and Ghana wide and far, and this is really affecting the sustainability line, and they are entering what we call the high distress zone. Okay, so I also wanted to find out, because we know we are paying taxes, so how come our debt keeps on increasing here and there? And I checked and I realized that out of the OECD, that is the Organization and Economic Cooperation Development target of 25 to 30% tax benchmark, the only Africa country that is performing or getting closer is that of South Africa, and South Africa is doing 24.1%. But if you look at the data on an average, you see Africa average is sitting at 15%. And the worst performing tax paying country sitting trailing at the bottom is Nigeria. Now, I then ranked the physical health against 4 metrics, strong metrics: the debt sustainability, the GDP growth, the inflation control, and the tax revenue. And again, we have Botswana and Rwanda doing so well, but especially these 3 countries, Ghana, Angola, and Sudan, doing so bad. Now, somebody may ask, so what is really happening? That this debt serves as a multiple of our annual revenue for the past 14 years. If you look at from 2010 through to 2014, you realize that about 40+% of revenue that is generated is consumed by servicing past debt. That is, every single dollar we have 40 cents going into debt services. And this really affects development costs. It is impacting the health budget 15% and that of education 12%. Okay, now again, we wanted to find the best performing economy, looking at the various dimensions: the government debt, GDP growth, inflation, unemployment, and tax revenue. And again, we see these 2 countries, Rwanda and Botswana, doing good across all the 4 metrics, sorry, all the 5 metrics. But again, this last 3 always battling. And we see that the 3 countries at the top, they are the resilience leaders based on the balanced green performance across most indicators. This is fiscal discipline, and it creates buffer against external shocks. But with the 3 countries, especially that of Sudan, they have entered the red cluster, and this indicates systematic failure and debt weakness. Now, with the fiscal performance against the SDG progress, we can see those in alignment. Botswana, Rwanda, South Africa, they are in higher alignment with the SDG performance, as against those moderately aligned, and Egypt, Ghana, and Angola, in fact, they are doing very bad. So the strong correlation confirms that the fiscal health is a prerequisite for sustainable development. And if we look at the data, for the debt drag effect of this data is that for every 10% of increase in debt above the threshold, which is the 70% set by IMF, it affects the SDG progress by approximately 15%. And so the very moment you go above the 70%,
so I would have to stop you now, Michael. So you are beyond time, over and above 2 minutes. So yeah, but great presentation so far. We'll take questions now, if there are any from the judges.
All right.
Charlie, I'll finish you. They come. Charlie.
So questions from the judges? I did judge you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Michael. Can I call you Michael?
Yeah, exactly. You can call Michael.
Michael, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to say that I think the greatest takeaway for me from your presentation is that I can actually look at your presentation without you necessarily explaining to me. I can get the meat of the matter in the way you have structured your thoughts and the insights you are getting from the data, in the visual encoding that you have used, also in your giving us information ahead of, I think some of the presenters that we have spoken to before now, we have had to ask, how did you do it in terms of the tools or technology you used. You've already given me all that information, and I can literally look at this presentation, and at the end of the day, get a sense. I think I don't know if I think the presentation, the sheet before this one had some form of like a matrix showing how the countries were doing, right? I think it's really good job that you've done. I just wanted to commend it. I like also that at the bottom right, there are some form of legend and like cards that summarize key information. I think this is closest to what I would call a good visualization. You have chosen the right kinds of visuals to represent the right kind of data. And I didn't see a lot of data ink ratio issue. You actually showed the data over and above everything. And I just want to say well done. I know you didn't get to the end of your presentation because of the time, but I think within the time that you had to put this together, I wanted to really say, I think this is one of my favorite presentations so far. So well done and good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adejojo. Thank you, Michael. Lisa, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I have to echo Adejojo's comments. Brilliant presentation. And thank you for including succinct insights, because I could follow you clearly and make my own assumptions. So it was great to get this type of presentation. My only question to you would be, what was your technical challenges on a data side or on a tool side to get to this point?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so with regards to the technical side, I decided to build a platform because I work as a product manager, and then I do a lot with data. So I built a workflow on an open source using N8N. In fact, it was a big challenge as some of the API were not really giving me the response I needed. So I had to keep on iterating. I virtually spent like 5 hours building and perfecting the platform, only to spend less than 2 hours to do my analysis. With regards to the data, yes, when I needed some economic data to get more insight, especially with regards to depth, I had to go past the physical data that was given in order to scout some data from IMF and then World Bank database. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And just a following up question. So if you spend so much time to get the platform right, is it reusable to plug in other continents like Europe's economic data? Will it be quick to do that?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, when I read the hackathon and then I saw the various challenges, to me, I didn't see it just as a competition, but I saw it as an opportunity where I could do something out of. So the platform I built, yes, I look forward that after this, I'll do some follow-up with my fellow participants and that of everyone here, those that are interested to join me. With this platform, we want to take it further and then be able to, as it stands now, I can use it to analyze close to 50 countries. But for the data, we're limited to 14 countries. Yeah, so I think it was an opportunity to me.
Well done. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, Lisa. Fantastic presentation, Michael. Great analysis. We're going to be moving on to the next presenter now. So we just have a couple of people left. I know that we've spent quite a while on the call, but I know it has also been very, very enjoyable for me. I definitely can say that. Thank you very much, Michael. Next, we have, just a moment. Yeah, so next we have Uzodufa Somtochukwu. Okay, so Somtochukwu, you're on the call. Let's see. Okay, yes. So I'm going to ask you to turn on your camera. Okay, great. So You can unmute. Fantastic.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Are you good to go?
Yeah, I am.
Fantastic. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation. If you go beyond time, of course, that would also mean some points being deducted. Just, you can pull up your screen now, and once you do that, I'll start your timer so you can start presenting.
Yeah, I put on my screen.
Okay, so you can go ahead.
Okay, good evening, the judges. My name is Uzodofa Somtochukwu, and I'll be
Sorry for
making a
interrupting.
presentation on.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you. Apologies. Can you try a slideshow just to make it easier for the judges to see you?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Does it work?
All right. Yeah. So
okay.
We can begin now.
All right. So I am making a presentation on people-centered intelligence solution on unraveling Africa's sovereign poverty crisis. And these are my outlines. So I'll start by saying that Africa does not just have a debt problem, and they are blind because we have data, which is like a gold mine that we're supposed to use to make data-driven solutions and build policies, but then we choose to let it go. We choose to leave it on the shelves while they are trapped in dust and outdated. So I think that's one of the problems we have. And then that affects the poor man living in Africa simply because they are always living in fear that one day the people that loaned us this money will come, and when they come, will not be able to pay back, and then will now be left to have an economic submission. And all these things are happening because, number one, we are borrowing debts borrowing debts that are choking development. We have weak revenues that cannot fund dreams, and inflation is robbing the poor man's hope. Unemployment that breaks the youth, and then slow growth that is in acceleration, and then severe brain drain. So how did we get here? We got here by borrowing faster than we can grow, spending money more than we can earn, watching inflation eat away our incomes, and underinvesting in what matters, and then ignoring that data could give us a better perspective to have a better continent. So this image was pulled out from ResearchGate in 2015, showing the details of unemployment rates across different countries in Africa, and you can see how big it is. So alongside all unemployment, this our ignorance and blindness have led to things like poverty, hunger, poor healthcare, poor education, poor jobs, and then this leaves the poor man in having to pay for the result of the elites and poor financial decisions. So this made me come up with three research questions, and these research questions are as follows. Number one, why is the debt arising? Number two, how is it affecting the individual? And number three, is the government spending actually working? So now, before I go into answering these research questions, I'll just talk a little bit about the data we were given. So it's the data containing 14 different African countries, which includes Nigeria, and then these GDP, inflation, and other indicators we are given. So the data was beautiful because with it, someone could get trends and correlations, but then it had its own limitations because of its inconsistency, and then there were a lot of missing data that this affected analysis. But then with it, I could still do a little bit of, and I'm here to present it. So going to answer the research question, which is why is debt arising? So this is the GDP of African countries in general, and then we can see that every other person is just a little bit on a low, but then there is Nigeria having a spike, a sudden spike, and then a sudden fall. Why is that? That's one thing we should keep in mind. And then in our debt crisis, in our debt from 2016 and till onwards, we can see that Nigeria's debt has been higher than every other country. So I am going to focus a little bit more on Nigeria while doing this analysis because I am a Nigerian one, and then Nigeria had the most consistent data I could see while doing my analysis. So that's it. So reason for all these things is because between that period was the crash and boom period when we had a lot of oil to sell, and then also that period that was when our oil industry fell, and then for that reason it affected our economy. We lost 70% of our revenue, and also we became in debt, and recession continued. So this is debt over time, and as you can see, Nigeria has the highest debts amongst other countries. And then but then why is the debt really arising? This is because we have an illusion that the economy is doing somewhat well because of the nominal data. As we see the nominal data, nominal GDP, we can see that it is rising high, giving us an illusion that we are doing well. But after inflation is removed and the real GDP comes out, we can see that there is a rise and then a sudden dump in 2010. And since that 2010 to date, we've been struggling to make the economy better. And then for these reasons, our debts are rising. So we can say that we have an illusion of growth, and then the presence of inflation and a relentless rise of debt, and then structural facial imbalance. So together, these forces create a perfect storm: weak real growth, inflation, and rising deficits, and then increases debts as stated. So this is also another chart showing the debt GDP ratio over time. And then this is the result of a linear regression between fiscal deficit and then government debt. So this shows that the higher deficit, the higher drive for debt. So it's in a direct proportion. So question number 2 is the question is, how is this affecting individuals? So with the inflation, the common man will not be able to do basic things. So with the inflation, the individual still gets the normal salary as we're supposed to get, but then the prices of things in the market rise, and then this normal individual, the poor man, cannot have access to basic things, good food, good amenities, and all that, and then the person keeps suffering. And then from this data set, we can also plot the import and export over time, and we can see that both of them are rising, both of them are spiking up, and this shows that there is no balance in the exchange, in the foreign exchange of the country, which leads to the weakness of naira, and then in turn fuels inflation. And when inflation is fueled, the currency falls, then food and transport and all these things are affected, and then it's left for the common man to still suffer. So this is also a chart showing the relationship between the expenditure and the revenue from 2010 to 2022. You can see that the revenue is just lying down flat, and then the expenditures kept going high. And this is also another relationship showing the fiscal deficit. So it has been going high from then till now. So what I can detect from this is that there is a deficit, a wide gap between the revenue and the expenditure in the country, and that in turn affects the normal. It affects more of the common man than the big guys. So between the chart could only show relation unemployment between 2014 to 2017, and we could see that it was going high. So now the question number 3 is the spending working? So the spending is not working simply because as debts are rising, inflation is also increasing. And as inflation is increasing, revenue are stuck, they are not increasing. And then for that reason, it's affecting everybody. So from this chart, I was able to make a beaming cluster using unsupervised learning. And then I divided the countries into 3 different clusters, and Nigeria fell into cluster 1. Cluster 1 was the one with the highest risk, highest debts, rising inflation, and then chronic defects. And this also supports my backends. Then I also did the regression between government expenditures and inflation, and we could see that there is a positive relationship between both. So as the expenditure is rising, the inflation is also rising. So this shows that the spending we've been doing, the government has been doing so far, has not really been working. And now there is also a heat map showing the relationship between all the listed indicators from the chart. And then, as we can see, there are more reds than blue in this chart, showing that most of these indicators are correlated to each other. So all of them, majority of them, fell within the ranges of 0.8 to 9.9. And this, in my summary, I could detect that when there is more debt, there is more inflation. And when there is more inflation, there's still bigger deficits. And when there's bigger deficit, there's more borrowing. And when there is more borrowing, there's larger government expenditure. And this is a loop that continues because, number one, the revenue is still not increasing to meet up with all these things going on. So the proposal I have is a way forward. So the way forward, it's better paying attention to the data, because from the data, from the data we can get information that would help the economy, and people will also like to know how their money is used and how their money is gotten. So when the data is open for public use, when the data is open for public use, people in the nation will be at rest and will know how everything is supposed to work. Then smart spending. So instead of our leaders spending money on traveling and all those things they could focus more on spending more on the individuals in the country, making education better, making feeding better, doing an investment on its own. This will in turn increase manpower, and this will also generate revenue for the country. We can also focus on lowering inflation. That way, the money in circulation will be reduced, and then the economy will be better. And this will also strengthen local production. And when local production is strengthened, export is also strengthened as well. So because when you have a stronger export, you have a means to generate more revenue for the country. And then the last way I thought of is by investing in the people. So investing in people's minds, people's health, and people's hope. That way will make the country and the continent a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Uzodufa. Just within time. So absolutely fantastic presentation, and we'll take questions now, beginning with Danny. Danny, let's go ahead.
Please showing your recommendation in the last slide.
Please, I cannot really hear you.
Okay. Sorry. Hello. Is it clear for you?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Please showing the last slide about your recommendation.
Okay, the last slide for my recommendation. Okay.
Yeah, way forward.
Am I still sharing?
No, you're not showing your screen, so just bring it up again.
Okay. Share. Let me adjust that.
Way forward.
Way forward is the last slide.
Last slide, yes.
Yes, I hear it is.
Okay, there is 1, 2, 3, 5 recommendation from you, but
yes, sir.
There is a 5 recommendation from you, but if we focus on the capability of government, only one recommendation that can be implemented for next 12 months. So from these 5, what is the most priority for government to improvement in debt stability from your perspective? Thank you.
So for me, I personally believe that the best way for government to improve everything is focusing on the people, really, because with the people there is manpower.
So number 5 recommendation. Yeah.
Yes, number 5. Yes, number 5 recommendation.
Why?
That's mine, because when the people are invested in, there is more manpower, and when manpower is enough, it can generate enough for the society, the economy, and it's still the people that will be able to help import and export whatever goods the government will need to still generate revenue for the country.
Okay.
So, yes.
That's great. Thank you, Uzodufa.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Danny. Adejoju, please go ahead.
Okay, hi, Uzodufa. Pardon me if I didn't pronounce it well. Well done. Yeah, I must commend you. Yeah, that you were right in the nick of time with your presentation, right? I think still on the way forward, my first question or maybe comment will be, so I like that you said that the real investment in people is what will make the difference. I think maybe you could have shed more light, or you can still say it now. How do you think, based on what you've been able to get from the data, right? We've been able to highlight the issues. We've seen how it's happening in Nigeria. You're also in Nigeria, you can relate. So how do you think the government can actually invest in people? I think maybe including that in your recommendation will have also colored your conversation a bit more, but you can speak to it now.
Okay, so I believe the government will invest in people by, number one, making education accessible to the poor man. So sometimes paying school fees can be expensive, that a normal person, instead of taking their children to the schools that would, make them better, they would have to go to schools where how do I put it now? They'll have to go to schools, the government schools, where they are not really taught a lot, because number one, because the civil servant, the teacher is not earning a lot, the teacher will not be able to, impact this knowledge to the younglings. So I feel, number one, making good schools affordable for the masses would go a long way. One. Then with good schools comes better information. So when people get more information, they will be, informed on how to make lives better for themselves and help improve the economy as well. Then when the people are invested in it, increases life expectancy, because it seems like, because of the hardship and everything everybody's going through in Nigeria, 60, 70 years, someone would die. So most people would die, and that's quite young. But when they get a good life, when the cost of living is okay for them, when everything seems to be in check, it will make people live longer. And yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, I think that's fine, so that because of time, but maybe next time I would love you to infuse this actual relatable recommendation, so that it's not vague, right? So I think what you've said now ties into smarter spending by the government. Do you get? So government should spend appropriately, right? And put infrastructure, provide affordable education, so that we can provide better quality of people that can then sort of improve the economy in what they contribute to it. I think basically that's what you're trying to say there. But overall, I want to say well done. I also like that your presentation style is a bit, will I say, not completely in between formal and informal. Like, you sort of made it relatable to your personality, was shining through in what you presented. So well done, and thank you.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma.
Thank you very, very much, Adejoju. Next, we have Oluwatosin. Just go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, Somto. Wonderful
Hi,
presentation.
good evening. Thank you.
I noticed that your presentation was heavy on the qualitative aspect. You understand? I would like to know because it was supposed to be a mixed system, both qualitative and quantitative analysis. I would like to know which of the tools you use. It was less on visualization. Which of the analytic tools did you use to come to these conclusions?
Okay, so for one, I used Python. Python was the application I used. And then inside Python, I used the Panda library to do my analysis. So it was using the Panda library that I was able to generate most of these charts. And then I also used linear regression, which is a part of sklearn, to generate my regression models, and also still using sklearn for unsupervised learning. I was able to generate this PCA K-cluster chart. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Uzodufa Somtochukwu. Amazing presentation.
Thank
you. Yeah, you can stop sharing your screen now while we move over to the next presenter. Thank you very much again.
Okay. Yeah. Stop there. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. No problem. So next we have Achinike Chigozie. Okay, yes, so Achinike is currently on the call. So you can go ahead and turn on your video, turn on your camera so we can see you and I can spotlight you. Fantastic. Okay, so are you good to go? You ready to go for your presentation?
Good day, everybody. Am I audible enough?
Yes, loud and clear. So you have 10 minutes.
Good day.
10 minutes to present, and try to present within the time. If you go beyond it, you're going to have you're going to have a penalty, which would probably be a points deduction. I'm looking at the fact that one of the judging criteria is time management. So you can go ahead, pull up your screen, and then as soon as you're good to go, I'm going to start your timer so you can begin your presentation.
Okay.
All right,
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Can you also make it slideshow? Can you turn on slideshow?
Okay. Better like this. This better.
Exactly. Yes, it is. Okay. We can see your screen. You're ready to go. Okay. You can begin.
Okay. Well, my name is Achinike Chigode. Thank you for this opportunity. The theme of this hackathon is on very sustainable economy.
I think your
Okay.
voice not too
So
clear, Chinike. Can you repeat from the beginning?
Am I audible? Am I audible enough now?
Yes, it's okay. But maybe can repeat
Am I audible enough?
the beginning.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
yeah, you had some network issues, so just restart.
Okay. So I said my name is Chinike Chigozie from Nigeria. Okay. And the theme for this hackathon is on unveiling Africa's sovereign debt crisis, pathway to sustainable recovery. The general overview is this analysis examines the spectral, economic, trade, labor, and resilience indicators of African countries to provide a comprehensive view of their social and economic steps. The objective, straightway, the primary objective is to utilize the provided data sets to uncover patterns, correlations, and key drivers. So first, before I go into the visualizations and interpretations, I want to take you through how I cleaned the data. First of all, I loaded the data into Excel, and then I went through the data, understood their features, and then I took the data to Google Colab, where I made use of pandas from Python to clean the data and make the data usable for myself. And then I took the data to Power BI and I integrated the data into dimensional tables and fact tables. And then, so first, I decided to create what is called a general insight budget balance and risk KPI. So first, we could see the budget balance, which is the difference from revenue and the budget. We could say the capital expenditures by spending in percentage. We could say the spending efficiency index and debt. Financial metrics showed a quick and clear picture of organization social health. A large budget signals the need for better financial control to avoid deeper problems. The fact that only 9% of spending goes to capital projects suggests that not enough is being invested in long-term growth. A spending efficiency score of 0.75 also shows that the resources may not be used as effectively as they could be. Meanwhile, the health debt to revenue raises concern about whether the organization can comfortably manage its obligation in the future. So next, I give a chart at the government debt trajectory by country. So what is this chart trying to show? So this chart is a comparison of government debt across the 6 African countries according to what we have with the data that shows clear differences in how nation manages its finances. Countries with lower debt like Togo and Rwanda, as you can see, appears to have more space levels, face more financial pressure. So, and this makes the information more accessible. So when we move further, we have the factual specific trend over time, which is the factual a chart that shows
I keep losing audio. Is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
The surplus
So
investment and
Yeah, for me, the
am I
sound
audible?
also not clear.
no,
And
no, you're
a bit
not.
down. Yeah.
You're not audible, Chineke. You keep coming in and going out. So I think your bandwidth, your internet bandwidth is very, very low. I don't even think you can hear anymore. So I think we're just going to have to go ahead. Just a moment. Can you hear me, Chineke? Okay. We're gonna move on to the next person. Oh, are you back now? Can you hear me? Okay, I think I'm actually to unmute.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you
Hello.
are. But you
So
yes.
this, okay. This
Yeah.
special.
So go back to your slideshow, please, so it's easier to see what you're doing.
Okay. So the comparison of total budget discipline across these African countries give a clear picture of how differently each nation is managing its finance. As we can see, Nigeria sitting at the top with the highest discipline, which is surplus, signals possible issues such as rising costs, weak revenue, or pressure to fund social and economic programs. So as this graph moves towards countries like Togo with smaller discipline like surplus, we see the sign of better financial balance or more controlled government spending. So Togo is the least, and then Nigeria is performing higher when it comes to debt. Same thing is actually showing in the discipline that when it comes to surplus in revenue, surplus in expenditure, and Nigeria has a higher discipline. So that takes us to this chart where I decided to analyze the top 3 indicators driving sovereign debt and top 3 indicators driving tertiary debt. So as we can see, the top 3 indicators driving sovereign debt is the export, the import, and the nominal GDP. The same thing, the top 3 indicators driving tertiary deficit generally is the export, the import, and the normal GDP. So that takes me to the chart, to the next chart. Okay, which gives a general insight of budget balance and risk analysis. So the budget balance of a country, whether it is running a surplus or a discipline act like a financial health check, a large discipline suggests that a company is spending, a government suggests that a government is spending more than it earns. That's what this shows, which can create long-term risks like risking debt, pressure on public services, and reducing investor confidence. On the other hand, a smaller deficit or a surplus shows stronger financial discipline and gives country more room to invest in development without relying heavily on borrowing. So looking at this balance over time helps us to understand if a country is improving or slipping into deeper financial stress. When budget balance is combined with risk indicators such as debt level, revenue performance, unemployment, and trade pressure, which are the key indicators I looked at for this analysis, it becomes easier to spot where real vulnerability lies. Countries with high deficit, that is surpluses, that is expenditure surpluses, and rising debts face greater economic risks, while nations with stable spending and steady revenue are better positioned for growth. So I move into the next analysis that I created, which I decided to look into the economic resilience. So these are the key performance indicators I looked at. One of them is the debt to GDP ratio. We have the GDP per capita rank and debt versus GDP growth spread, and then year-on-year debt growth, which is 9%, very poor. I also have the year-on-year GDP growth percent, which is 0.0 in Africa. The KPI focus on 2 major economic measures, that is GDP growth and debt to GDP ratio. GDP growth is a direct indicator of how the economy is expanding. In this data, the GDP growth shows 0.0 metrics, which signals significant stagnation. Essentially, the economy isn't growing. So we see that over the year, if we compare what is happening in the economy of the recent year to the next year, if we compare, we see that there's no increase. Nothing is happening. Even if you look at the year-on-year debt growth by percentage, we have just 9%, which is very poor. So I decided to look into the country level GDP performance. So when we look at that, we saw that Egypt and Tanzania has the highest. Ethiopia has least GDP growth performance according to this data. Economic indicators such as the debt to GDP ratio and year-to-year growth changes make it easier to understand the country's overall financial strength. When debt rises faster than GDP, the economy may be under pressure, while a health spread between two can signal stability or recovery. Okay? A flat GDP growth rate combined with increasing debt is a warning sign that a deeper structural issue may exist. So what are we trying to see here? We're trying to see that Egypt, the GDP to the debt to GDP and the GDP of Egypt and the year-to-year growth on GDP is very high. So any country that has a good, has a financial strength, in how each revenue comes to the GDP to ratio and the is overall balanced. So moving on, I carried out a correlation analysis between GDP growth rate versus sovereign debt. Understand how does GDP growth rate and sovereign debt correlate with each other. So this plot gives a meaningful look. So we see that the GDP growth relates to their levels of government debt. So GDP growth has a high impact on levels of government debt. It helps reduce whether strong economies tend to carry higher or lower debt burden. And it also highlights cases where debt seems out of line with economic performance, however, without showing significant country names on this chart. So insight about which country needs most policy attention, adding more details like labels or breakthroughs will help give more insight on this data. Next, I looked at yearly evolution of official and microeconomic indicators. So I looked at the export, the import, and the nominal GPT across the nation, across the continent. So this data shows that economy has grown significantly over time with nominal GDP rising steadily, which may indicate stronger productivity and higher consumer spending. So the general insight on economic resilience analysis, the analysis of economic resilience highlights how different factors such as population size, GDP, government debt, revenue interact to shape the country's ability to withstand financial pressure. Significant disparities among nations reveal which economy are stronger and which face vulnerability. So guiding policymakers to prioritize intervention. Metrics like social sustainability, sovereign debt risks, and demographic influences provide a comprehensive view on economic stability and growth. So next, I looked at the global trade exposure. So I want to say, how does the global trade exposure influences the debt crisis of the continent across each nation in that continent? First of all,
I'm going to have to stop you. Yeah, so you're way beyond time. Thank you very, very much, Achinike, for a wonderful presentation. Though, yeah, you had some network issues, but a good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have questions from the judges? Does anyone have a question for Achinike? Danny, please go ahead.
Yeah, I saw your general insight from the slide. My question is, how does you translate your analysis become the actionable recommendation rather than just descriptive insight? Maybe you have the recommendation but more actionable for the government or the another party related to the main issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we're waiting on your response, Achinike. I don't know if you. That was a
I
question.
did not get. He said I should go. I did not get the question. I did not get the question directly. I did not hear completely.
Okay, Danny, please could you just repeat your question?
Yeah, from your general insight, mostly of your insight is limited on the descriptive insight. Maybe you have a more specific actionable recommendation for government or third party to overcome the main problem in Africa. That's my question. Is it
Okay.
clear for you, Ichiniki?
Okay. I should give recommendations based on my analysis so far, if I get you right. Okay. So the first recommendation I got in is the strength in spatial management. So we also have a high debt to revenue ratio, budget deficit, and low spending efficiency index values, particularly for Nigeria and South Africa. So countries should reduce budget deficit, manage debt level, and improve revenue collection. Borrowed funds should prioritize productivity investments like infrastructure and human capital to enhance spatial sustainability and prevent excessive debt accumulation. And secondly, improve trade balance and export capacity. So the external sector exposure and trade pressure dashboard, which I showed, imports often exceed exports, notably in Rwanda and other efficiency ratios. So we need to promote local production, in-house production, strengthen export strategy, and diversity trade partners to reduce reliance on export. So these actions will improve external economy resilience and support the ability to service debt. And thirdly, develop labor productivity dashboard highlights disparities in employment absorption rate, labor productivity and high employment rates in certain countries. Invest in workforce skills, education, and employment generation programs to boost productivity and reduce unemployment. More labor force policies. Fourthly, adopt tailored multi-dimensional policy. So the economy strength and sustainability dashboard and the radar and combination chart reveal significant differences in GDP, population, and capacity among countries. It's trying to let us know that we design policies still.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to come in here. Actually, it's very, very difficult for us to understand you due to the network issues you're having. Okay, yeah, it's very difficult for us to understand you. Sincere apologies about that. But I don't know, maybe Danny was able to get some answers to the question he asked, but generally you were not so clear. I think we're going to have to.
The voice is not clear for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Achinike.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Achinike. Thank you for the presentation. So we're going to have to move on to the next presenter. So we're almost done, guys. We just have about I think 2 more, if I'm mistaken, to go. So next we have Sahid Karim. Sahid Karim, are you on the call? Okay, yeah, we have Sahid Karim on the call. So you can go ahead and start your video and just ask you to turn on your camera. You can do that, great. And I'm going to spotlight you. Are you good to go? Just confirm that you can hear me and you can speak.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right then. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation and you can share your screen. If you present beyond 10 minutes, then you're going to also suffer a penalty from point deduction due to time management. So please ensure you try to present within the time constraints.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm trying to share my screen.
Yeah, sure. We're just waiting for that to come up.
Okay.
Are you good to go?
Yes, I'm good to go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening. Building on the context provided, I will move from the microeconomic landscape to the add numbers of fiscal sustainability across Africa. So the core problem I will be addressing tonight is the persistent fiscal imbalance that is driving an unsustainable debt trajectory across Africa. So my presentation will provide a data-driven diagnosis of this crisis using a normalized fiscal metrics to identify the normalized drivers and the margin risk. So what makes this analysis a unique one is the data-driven rigor, as I've said earlier. And also, I've been able to normalize all figures to a percentage of the GDP. So this allows me to compare any variable I'm about to use in this presentation. Also, I've been able to develop a rule-based risk flag that identifies the country that are currently on an unsustainable debt trajectory. So I begin by going into the content of the presentation, starting from the introduction to actionable recommendations for sustainable financial governance. So first, on the introduction, as I've said earlier, I would like to point out on what I mean by normalization. So the normalization was done by converting all monetary values into a relative measure of the country's standard economic capacity, which is the GDP. So this makes me to express all fiscal indications as a percentage of the country GDP for the same year. So I was able to, doing this, I was able to achieve currency neutrality and also the size neutrality. What I mean by currency neutrality is that the ratio of two the ratio of two figures in the same currency. For example, a naira gives a percentage which is independent of the currency itself. And what I meant by neutrality is that, you know, if a country is owing a debt of 10 billion, then 10 billion is a much smaller burden for a country with 1 trillion GDP than a country with 50 billion GDP. So the normalization, for whoever is curious about what formula I use in the normalization, was done by the ratio of indicated amount over the GDP amount times 100. So before I will now dive straight to my analysis. Before diving right away into the core analysis, you can see these are the trends, historical trend in the fiscal balance. As you can see, in the sovereign debt, it shows a clear concerning upward trend for most countries, indicating that the rate of debt accumulation is outpacing economic growth and fiscal consolidation efforts for all countries. And also the fiscal balance, countries consistently operate below the zero line deficit, which with only brief period of surplus, that is the persistent deficit, is the primary driver of the long-term trend. So moving forward, you can see the time series GDP growth. We're able to see from the trend that the GDP growth exhibits high volatility across the years, at least from 1995 to 2023, with sharp decline often preceding on coinciding with periods of fiscal deterioration. So this plot we are seeing also highlight the susceptibility of these economies to external shocks, such as commodity price fluctuations, global financial crisis, and geopolitical events. So, not to waste much of our time on this, this is a clear view of the chart. As you can see, the majority of the country fiscal balance are below the red line. Moving forward, before I dive into the correlation, using the correlation, I was able to identify which fiscal variable has the strongest relationship with the fiscal balance, that is the percentage of the GDP. As you can see, the correlation metrics for debt, growth, climate indices. You can see the correlation value for each of those variables. And also, in the next slide, you can see the identifying the key drivers of the fiscal instability. So you can see, based on the correlation, we can see majority of the government debt has a very weak correlation with the GDP growth. GDP growth. So the key drivers now, you can see based on the correlation matrix that expenditure is the strongest determinant of fiscal balance. The correlation matrix quantifies the relationship between key indicators, which are the fiscal balance of GDP. On the map, please let's kindly look into the map. You can see the ones with red, they are balance, and the inflation rate also has a positive correlation with the fiscal balance. And also on the revenue, it is highly correlated. That is, but slightly less than the expenditure. On the government debt, it has a negative correlation of minus 0.75, indicating a clear debt feedback loop. And also, on further visualization, it can be seen that fiscal space for adaptation, Rwanda, it has 8.2% growth and a readiness of 0.4. And I don't want to waste much of our time here because we are still going to dive more into the analysis. Here, distribution pattern of, it shows the distribution pattern of fiscal balance, the sovereign debt, and the GDP growth. At the GDP growth rate, mere looking at the box plot, it can be seen that the distribution is generally positive but exhibits high volatility, which with significant positive and negative outliers, reflecting the susceptibility of these economies to external shocks. Also on sovereign debt, the distribution show a wide range with a long tail of outliers, indicating countries that have experienced extreme debt burden. So moving forward into my modeling, the modeling was done using OLS regression, and two models we have two separate models where, two separate models were used to explore relationship and test predictive powers. So those variables that were modeled together are the debt versus the fiscal balance, the debt versus the GDP, and some others. So on the debt versus the GDP growth, regression line showing a weak negative correlation as shown on the past on my past map on my past plots. But on this table, you can easily find out here that government expenditure has a strong negative, has the strongest negative driver. That is, government expenditure contributes mostly in a negative way to the fiscal balance. Interpretation. It as expenditure reduce fiscal balance by 0.88%. Also, like the government debt, you can see that high debt leads to higher interest payments, worsening deficit. So from this, there are emerging risks. You know, I told you initially that a condition has been built to get which country are at high risk, which I would explain better later. So Rwanda and Togo are flagged as high risk due to the current debt greater than 60% of the GDP. We'll find out more about that in the next slide. So these are just the plot showing the OLS model and visualization of actionable recommendations. It can be seen that the OLS model confirms a strong negative relationship between debt and fiscal imbalance. And also the visualization shows that sovereign debt increases as sovereign debt increases, the fiscal balance tends to decrease. On the economic relationship with sovereign debt, you can see that the regression line suggests a negative correlation as debt burden increases. So on the anomaly detection, we can see here that particularly the extreme deficit in Egypt 2006 and the recurring deep deficit in Ivory Coast during the late 1990s represent period of significant fiscal stress. These are just historical anomalies. These are not the main latest anomalies. You know, we are working on historical data, so we need to portray this as well. So on my next slide, emerging financial stress, that is the high risk country. You know, I mentioned earlier that countries with latest debt, that means the latest debt is the latest recorded year debt. So whichever country that has a debt greater than 60% of the GDP and a positive average annual debt growing are flagged high risk. So on the analysis, based on the criteria I mentioned, so Rwanda with the latest debt, which is it's at 73.51% of the GDP, is flagged at high risk. So you can see in my interpretation below, countries with interpretation below, you can see that Rwanda and Togo are flagged, with Rwanda showing a particular rapid average annual debt increasing of 4.16 of the GDP. So this trend is unsustainable and requires immediate policy intervention to provide a full-blown debt crisis. So before I move to the recommendations, I'd like to talk more about the limitations of the model. You know, the model, in my model, which are the fiscal balance is the dependent variable, while the expenditure.
Thank you very much, Karim. But you're going to have to stop now, so you're 2 minutes beyond time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Great. So we take questions from the judges. Does anyone have a question for Karim? Lisa?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Karim. If you can go to your, I think it was your 4th slide, please. Well, you don't have, it was around your 50% debt anchor rule that you had. I just wanted to understand, how did you arrive at this specific, and do you think it's realistic for all African economies?
Pardon, please, can you repeat the question?
So you've got a 50% debt anchor rule. How did you arrive at this threshold?
The 50% base anchor rule is a standard rule used is a common national threshold. That's a common international threshold then you flag the country as in a high risk.
Okay, thank you.
Criteria.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Another question for Karim.
Yeah, and well done.
Yes,
I think it was your second to the last slide, the slide before the recommendations. I wanted to talk about the I think how you chose the model you used or something like that. Can you quickly touch on that? I was quite interested.
Yes, yes. On the model I used, I made mention earlier that I did a normalization whereby all the variables are represented in percentage of the GDP. So on the model I used, fiscal balance is the dependent variable, while the expenditure revenue and the debt are the independent variables. So I mentioned that the OLS, in my OLS, we have two models. We have two models in my OLS as presented in the table. So the model we're not written on the slide, but that's how I come about my model. And I would like to also mention some of the limitations in the model. So the limitation in the model, I was able to find out that the model performed poorly. And that model performing poorly is not a bug. It's a what? It's a feature. So it demonstrates that our fiscal only model can show as the case dominant level group. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Well done. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Adejoju, and thank you, Kareem. So we're going to next. What's the false we're currently waiting for. So thank you very much, Carrie. You can fantastic. So stop sharing. And I ask you to start your video, so please do that now, and also unmute so I can spotlight you. Hello, Osama, are you there? Osama, can you turn on your video, please? Okay. Yeah. We have 10 minutes for your presentation. So the judge see and presents within time. That's going to lead to point as well.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My project today was about the topic is navigating fiscal stress and building.
Can you show it?
Economy.
Show your slide in the slideshow, please.
Yeah. Can you use slideshow? Slideshow. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought this was about and I took this to analyze the trend and try to work solution out to form out a solution for this problem. So challenge countries have one of the impacting cost of living, causing high inflationary pressure. Because when we analyze the data, I could see that